Hello and welcome to another stream of Vampyr. Alright, so we have embraced all the citizens of the docks. We have one citizen left for Pembroke Hospital. But before we tackle Edward Swansea, I need to make sure I kill all the other citizens in the other boroughs in this game. So the boroughs that we have left to deal with is Whitechapel, as well as West End. Hey there, Keone, welcome on in. How's things?
Good evening, Mr. Petrescu.
Surely you have someone else to bother, Mr. Doctor.
Rum Lord.
I failed to protect Dorothea. I fall like she fell, but our fight is still alive.
Hello, Inmita. I'm good, thanks, dude. How are you? Cheers, Inmita. That's awesome that you're doing well and that you're working from home today. Excellent. That's good.
be the answer to all your problems. As long as you have the money.
Gangs are ruining this neighborhood, if you ask me.
This district seems to get uglier every year.
Maybe it's because you're still in the district and you're making it ugly every year. Lucas, isn't your goal to destroy the city? Absolutely. Need to kill all the citizens before going to sleep next, otherwise we'll lose all the citizens by other means that lock me out of getting the London's Burning trophy, and also doesn't let me embrace all the characters.
You Londoners are no match for me!
Lucas, you haven't decided what you're going to do yet. That's definitely fair enough. Yeah, I was a bit like that too when I played it for the first time. I sort of went with the flow. The blood flow, if you will. Went with the flow of things. And there were certain characters that I was like, no, this character deserves to get killed. Indeed, Dr. Darling, time for blood to flow. Absolutely. Just trying to find Petrescu's place. Unfortunately, they don't have it marked on the map, which, you know, you would think that would be something that you would want to mark on the map for players to know. Or maybe it's classified just as the dispensary. That's probably it. My specifics brain is looking for the specific words, Petrescu's place, but it's not actually that. Although that's the dispense. Oh no, his place is here. That's right. Well, not directly there, but somewhere. Here we go. Now we can use the key that we got from him. Poem. I've already read that. Hey there, Afro. You really like this game, huh, Rod? What is it about it, especially? You don't think any AA game has ever caught your eye? Well, there's several things. One, which doesn't necessarily mean that everything that has a vampire in it's going to be great. But vampires are my favorite horror creature, which is ironic because for years I had a channel on Twitch called Rod Zombie Gamer. That was also because I like zombies as well, and I liked how it played on Rob Zombie. But I really like vampires. Also, Anthony Howell, who plays Jonathan, the main character, is a great actor. I've enjoyed his performances in Call of Cthulhu as Edward Pierce and Samuels the Android in Alien Isolation. He's been in heaps of other ones, but this game and those two I mentioned are the ones that I've played myself. And I like the idea of having these citizens that you can choose to embrace if you want or not. And also I thought it was quite interesting to have a story about a doctor who specializes in blood transfusion who's actually turned into a vampire. Plus, I like the period setting as well. I really like games that are set in a different time period, especially ones before the advent of internet and a lot more sort of like modern kind of stuff. So I really like that about it too. And while it can be annoying sometimes with some of the enemies and being under-leveled, that's mainly early in the game. So if you focus not too much on the actual story at the start and just focus on leveling up Jonathan, then it might be a bit smoother in the earlier stages. Plus the dialogue choices as well. It's interesting to have what kind of responses you can give to characters. Oh, nice, Lucas. You just met Doc Tippets? Cool. Yeah, he's a character that I would not embrace usually, but for this playthrough, all of them. Emmett, you watched the James Bond game trailer. It looks very good. You really like Hitman games, and you hope they do a good job with James Bond. It was a really good trailer. I like how it's like an origin story for the character as well. And I've seen some criticism about the fact that M is a woman, and I'm like, have you not seen the 8 James Bond movies where M was actually a woman, played by Judi Dench? I'm like, okay, that's a weird thing to be upset about, okay. And some people are like, Moneypenny is black again? I'm like, and? Like, for 20 movies or more, she was white. So she was black in a few of the movies. What's wrong with making Moneypenny black in the games as well? Like, it's just some criticisms where I'm like, really? That's a criticism? Like, if the game turns out terrible, sure. But, you know, I think those things are a bit weird to be upset about. I mean, can they deliver a good performance as the character? That's the most important thing. And if they can't, if they don't make a good, you know, performance, then it's fair enough to feel like they didn't, you know. These vampires are lucky I'm not here. Thanks, Keone, for redeeming that as a Arnie impression. Arnie the vampire. It's time to suck your blood. Give your neck here. Hey there, Ifriet. How's things going? It's like, Arnie, where have you been all this time? We thought we lost you. I just had to get something to eat. Where's the V1000? Nice one, Keone. That's cool. The V1000. Alright, so let's go back this way. Lucas, can you actually treat the patients? You definitely can. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can treat them. Like if you want to do a playthrough where you make sure that the district doesn't fall into hostile, and you want to make sure that all the characters stay alive, then it's definitely in your best interest to keep an eye on their health status of the burrow, but also each individual character as well. But the good thing about this game is that until you have the character go to sleep, anything that you've done won't actually lock in yet. So if you are struggling to find a certain citizen in the game world that you know you want to heal, as long as you don't actually sleep, then potentially the district won't go into even worse condition than what it currently might be as well. Amita, I haven't watched all James Bond movies to be honest, but from the trailer it looks good. Oh, nice, Amita. That's cool though, because that means that you don't have as much of a preconceived kind of, notion of what makes a good James Bond story or not. But yeah, like there's so many movies. So I don't know which ones you've watched versus haven't as well. But I feel like the interesting thing about the series was the different interpretations throughout the different decades and all that kind of stuff. Lucas, you guess, Dr. Darling, I didn't do anything. The sunlight was his enemy. Twin fangs. Or just call it fangs instead of twins. Danny DeVito could be the other vampire.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets. Not me.
I'm sorry, Albert, but you're going to end up a dead citizen.
How
Lucas, you guess you're not that far yet. You're in chapter 2. Oh, that's totally fair as well. It's a good opportunity to feel out the game world and get used to the mechanics and stuff. Rum Lord. It would be red rum, red rum.
No. Not now. Not me. Please. I'll be good.
Good. Bad. He's the vamp with the fangs. Like son, like father.
Good evening, Benjamin. Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed. afraid anymore. I died in this trench a long time ago.
Good evening, my dear colleague.
There's true absolution. Nom 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 for Jonathan Reed. How's things? Welcome on in. Admit you watched some of the new ones, if you can call them new. You don't remember the year, but it was maybe 7 or more years ago. Oh, that's totally fair, dude. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there's a big gap between each movie with Daniel Craig's movies. Like, for example, Pierce Brosnan, before he became James Bond, I think the last James Bond movie was 1989. So it was quite a few years between Timothy Dalton's second and last James Bond movie in 1989 and Pierce Brosnan in 1995. So that, I think at the time that might have been the biggest gap between movies, maybe. And then when Pierce Brosnan was cast, you had pretty much a new James Bond movie every 2 years. So you had 95, GoldenEye, Tomorrow Never Dies, 97. Then you had World Is Not Enough, 99. And then 2000, 2001, I think Die Another Day came out in 2002. So that was a 3-year difference. And then you had like Daniel Craig in 2006. And then the next one was 2018, I think, for him, Quantum of Solace. And then the next one after that, Skyfall, wasn't until like 2012. And then Spectre was like 2015. And then the last one was like 2021 or something. Or 2022. Yeah, Ifrit, I am. Having said that, though, I haven't actually seen all the adaptations of his stuff. I haven't seen, for example, Salem's Lot before. I've read the story, but I haven't actually seen any of the movies yet, though. But yeah, I really like Stephen King stuff. And Meta Writer's like, sorry, not sorry. Exactly. Sorry, not sorry. Dr. Darling DeVito would make a really scary vampire. And then I just started biting. That's what I think. That's what I like to think it says, absolution. It's definitely saying something different. But especially in the final parts when you have the character near the actual point where you'll embrace them, it sounds like they're saying Rum Lord.
My brother. I can't see anymore. I'm cold. Forgive me.
Indeed, you are cold.
I really leave you alone in the dark.
You're shivering, look at you. The spirit's trying to leave her body, but it's struggling at the moment.
Mr. Bates.
Evening, Doctor. Was I that evil to deserve such punishment? My only regret is that no one will mourn me, for I have never been loved.
Good evening, Zhao Shun.
Wang Shanghao, Dr. Reed. It's good to see you again.
Ifrit, the last of his film adaptations you saw was Pet Sematary, if you recall correctly. Oh yeah, because I know there was a newer one that was done with John Lithgow playing the role of what was the character's name? Shit, I'm drawing a blank on the character's name. Judd, that's his name. The character of Judd. Because there was the newer adaptation, and I saw that one too, where instead of Gage being the one that gets killed, it was instead his older sister in like the new adaptation that they did. Absolution, if it says Rum Lord, does that make him Jack Sparrow? Probably does. Except instead of being just a regular pirate, he'd be a vampirate. Hey there, Tech. Well, that is good. Yeah, I've already got those games. But that's good that they're on sale for so cheap. Same with Borderlands and that. That's cool. I hope you're having a good one.
Why convince me to live if it was to kill me later? If it was a game, consider it a success, you cruel demon.
Sorry, but in this playthrough, all citizens have to be embraced. Alright, now we've gotten rid of all the citizens in Whitechapel. Alright, cool. So time to read up on the ones that we dealt with in this stream. Loretta Swanborough, 30, female, an unwilling charlatan. Miss Swanborough was deeply attached to her brother Mason and spent her entire existence by his side. Such a proximity sparked disagreements of a larger magnitude than usual siblings' fights, and during one especially terrible argument she pushed her brother. He fell on a bench, striking his head, and consequentially losing his sight. Since then she made it her mission to give her brother a new purpose in life. Using his talents as a chemist, Mr. Swanborough devised a remedy that his sister would sell as the perfect panacea for anyone touched by the flu. Miss Swanborough persuaded herself that the hope provided by the elixir was both the duplicity she contributed to. She died as blind as she had lived, begging for her brother. 1,800 XP from this soul. Benjamin Palmer, 34, male. A frenzied alcoholic veteran suffering from heavy psychological trauma since he returned home from the front, most likely shell shock. Mr. Palmer never recovered from the ordeals of the war. He hid his agony in liquor and pills, unable to hold down a job. He was eventually evicted from his former home after the death of his wife, ending up on the streets with his son Albert, who quickly turned to petty theft. The betrayal of his son was a heavy blow, and Mr. Palmer had no intention to stand back up. He became part of the sordid landscape of London, begging his way through the city, living off scraps and discarded bottles. There was no fear in his thoughts when I killed him, and his blood had a strangely sour aftertaste. 400 XP from this soul. Albert Palmer, 18 years old male, a homeless young man devoured by his desire to become a gang member, son of Benjamin Palmer, a former soldier and traumatized veteran. Albert followed his father to the streets when the raging alcoholic could not provide the rent anymore. Instead of staying by Benjamin's side, Albert decided to fend for himself and struck out alone to become a common thief. To ensure his survival, he approached the members of the Wet Boot Boys and started to carry out menial tasks for the gang, going so far as to steal his father's medicine to prove his worth. The young Mr. Palmer built up resentment towards his father, and society itself turned him into a wild dog, desperately trying to fit in among wolves. He was terrified to die, and his blood left an oddly bitter aftertaste. 900 from this soul. Cadogan Bates, 45 years old male, a crooked landlord from Whitechapel. Mr. Bates made his fortune offering accommodations to immigrants in need, then extorting them for rent at any cost. The extortion was so severe that many tenants had to sell themselves just to keep their mediocre shelters. Of course, Mr. Bates presented himself as a facilitator for such methods. He fished for most of these lost souls in Nurse Dorothy Crane's dispensary, selecting his future residents by the color of their skin and their difficulty in handling the language. He made no secret of his profound racism. The skulls that had attempted to kill him were former tenants, driven by the urge to avenge themselves and end the existence of their wretched landlord. Mr. Bates had a clear understanding about the villainy of his actions and the hatred people had for him. He died, regretting his lack of loved ones. 400 XP from this soul. Darius Petrescu, 63 years old male, a Romanian activist exiled from his country and hidden away in England. The nurse Dorothy Crane saved the life of Mr. Petrescu upon his arrival in London. The former rioter made it his duty to protect Ms. Crane's illegal dispensary and joined her crusade against ailment and poverty. He became well known as her guardian, right arm, and Cerberus. Old age didn't cripple him much, as his charisma and imposing presence were enough to scare away thieves or potential menaces. It appears that Mr. Petrescu had some vague knowledge of blood drinkers based on the tales and legends of his homeland. Although he didn't link this insight to me, when I killed him he displayed an exemplary loyalty to Miss Crane and blamed himself for dying too soon. 1200 XP from this soul. Hey there, Pedro. Welcome on in. I hope your day's going good. Xiao Shun, 38 years old, female, a young widow stuck in a morbid state since the death of her husband. She had lost him to disease. I couldn't identify the actual ailment from her memories, for her husband had taken good care to hide his symptoms from his wife. It's unclear whether she could have noticed his lies and done something about his affliction. The guilt she developed turned into the main component of Mrs. Xiao Xun's life. The widow became disconnected from reality and dedicated herself to mourn the tomb of her late husband, spending days and nights alike by the side of the grave and lingering on her mistakes. I wonder how her life would have evolved without my intervention. Would she have stayed in the East End? Would she have regained her composure? Either way, she now rests by his side. 2100 XP from this soul. And there we go. All the ones that I didn't read, we had already dealt with them in a previous stream. So now, that means that all the citizens in the docks are done. All the citizens except for Swansea are done. I'm leaving him till last, because if I didn't leave him till last, and I didn't embrace all the other vampires, then I'd miss out on the opportunity of embracing all the vampires, which would go against my playthrough. So we're going to leave him till last. And we've now dealt with all the citizens in Whitechapel, and now we need to turn our attention to West End. That's great, Pedro. Glad to hear that it's going great, and you just woke up to the first day of vacation. Oh, hell yeah. I really hope that you have a great vacation time. That's awesome.
Your prey is mine now! Bloody monster! Get your weapons ready! We found one! It's an angel! Kill it! Put an end to you! This is my territory!
Yeah, and me too. It's a leech. Pedro, you have 120,000 XP. That's crazy. Oh, absolutely. I've reached the point where if I actually have Jonathan go to sleep before I embrace the rest of the citizens, that I'll actually lose the citizens to not embracing them, which goes against what I want to do for the playthrough. So I've had to just rely on auto saves to use if I need to end the stream. So I've just been amassing all the XP from all the citizens we've embraced, and when I finally have embraced them all, then I'll have the character sleep, and that way I'll be able to use the XP for stuff. Oh yeah, Pedro. I remember reading that if you embrace a certain amount of citizens, then the level that the boss is at is actually higher. So I think they said it was going to be like level 50 or 51 after having embraced all the citizens. Yeah, Pedro, that's going to be interesting. Because I found the boss fight the first time I played this game to be like pretty easy. But in my first playthrough last year, I only embraced a certain amount of citizens. Only the ones that I felt really deserved it. And since it was the first playthrough as well, I definitely didn't want to go through the game without Jonathan actually, you know, fighting anyone that wasn't like an enemy character. So it was good to have some characters where I was like, yeah, I could see this character being embraced. In my next playthrough though, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go the complete opposite to this playthrough. And so I'm going to actually save and keep all the citizens healthy. But that definitely won't be this year though. That'll most likely be next year's playthrough. Hey there, Mr. Gote. How's things? Pedro, that's what you did on your first playthrough. The next one will be the chaotic one. Oh, nice. That's good. Yeah, it's good to do that kind of stuff. It's good when games give you multiple endings based on how you actually play your character, what choices and decisions you make, both in dialogue but also your actions too. Mr. Gote, good. You're going to play more AC2 tonight, then Witcher 3 next week in AC3. Downloading Space Marine 2 on Game Pass. That's great to hear, dude. I'm glad that you're going well. Good plan of what games to do. That's cool.
Get them weapons ready! We got one!
Women's right to vote is only the first step. Women of all countries unite.
Hello, Venus.
Hello, Jonathan. Please, come in.
You know that you are always welcome here. But
What do you need from me, Jonathan?
Your blood.
I danced with you at my wedding, Jonathan. What have you become?
London become vampire is what's happened. Hey there, Sheila. Welcome on in, dude. I hope things are going well. You hope Whitechapel falls into chaos? It definitely will. You're not wrong there. Oh shit, Pedro. Yeah, I forgot to do that. Whoops. Sorry, I got so used to just embracing all the vampires. I mean, I've already got enough XP, I think. But yeah, that was something I was forgetting to do. Plus, I'm also, to be honest, I want to get this game done today as well. I like it, but the playthrough's gone on for a bit longer than I was hoping. Keone, have you played the Space Marine games? I haven't, no. Yeah, haven't played those ones. Sheila, you're good. A bit tired because you decided to finish God of War last night, but that's all. Oh, good to hear, dude. And GG's on finishing God of War as well. Because I actually saw that you were live not long after I woke up, and I saw that you finished your second stream, and I thought, oh, I wonder if because I thought you did a whole big stream, but then I saw the timestamps and the size of both of your streams that you did, and I was like, oh no, he must have had a break. Pedro, you're finished today. That's nice. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it'll be good to finish this playthrough because then I can start the next horror game I've got lined up.
Even someone you're close to.
That's okay for the GG, Sheila. No worries at all, dude.
Good evening, old chap. Are you all right?
I won't lie to you, Johnny. I'm not a well man.
Do you need medical assistance, Clarence?
It's a little...
What?
I have... I should have known you were one of them, Johnny. Why was I so blind?
Why can't I forgive you, Father?
I just remember there's a side quest I need to finish with Usher Talltree. So I'll finalize that now. Get that finalized. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I wish there was at least a way to track where the characters were on the map as well, instead of having to go around and around in circles and circles. Ascalon Club, that's not what I want. Reed's Mansion, that's not what I want. Guess it doesn't have on the map where he is.
London has brought so much.
women of all countries unite!
It's a leech! Kill it!
Live an ordinary life.
Hey Maxi, thank you so very much, dude, for the 43 months in a row. I really appreciate that a lot. That's amazing, dude. Thank you, thank you. Good day to you as well, dude. It's going good. Gonna be finishing this game today. It's been a long time coming. The playthrough has taken longer than I wanted. I like the game and I've enjoyed doing the playthrough where I have to embrace everyone, but 15 stream sessions to get the game done is kind of a bit much. But doing well though, dude. How about yourself? How's things going? Hey there, Shadow Ronin. Going vampiristic again, huh? I thought you were done with this game. Well, I'm not done with the game until we finish it. So, I'm not going to abandon the playthrough this far in. But yeah, I've had all sorts of problems with the PlayStation ending my streams when I didn't want to, making some shorter than others. Plus, primarily, I've done 1 day a week of this game. Except for the past week, where I did a couple of streams on Tuesday. Oh, nice, Maxi. That's great. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. You're just working. Well, hope work is going well. Hope it's not too stressful for you at the moment. Well, I mean, you know, I hope it's not too stressful at all, but unfortunately things don't go that way. It'd be great if that happened. I'm sick of trying to find these characters, so to a guide we go. Alright. Usher tool tree. Ah, hang on. That might be a better way to do it. Hang on. Back this way. Track. There we go. This will help. Oh yeah, Maxi. I was actually wondering that myself earlier, and when I clicked on it, it took me to the story, because Twitch added that feature where you can clip something and you can send it to story. I didn't realize that I was actually doing that for a few clips, because there were some clips that I made of Detroit Become Human, and I noticed that one was added to my story. But I didn't put the two and two together, that the Twitch logo of your channel will have that glow around it, meaning that you have a story. So, so that's what it is, yeah. That's fair enough, Maxi. You didn't want to click it in case it did something you didn't want it to do. Yeah, that's totally fine too as well. I was thinking, what does this mean? Is it some kind of special thing that Twitch has? Like, is it just a general thing that they've had everyone's channel with that around it? So do you guess times have changed then? Times always change. Sometimes it'd be good to hold time.
I'll kill it!
No worries, Maxi. That's all good, dude. Thank you so much for the, how many was it, sorry? 43 months in a row. That's amazing. Thank you so very much. Thank you for leaving the lurk too as well, dude. Would like to highly recommend people check out Maxi's channel if you haven't before. He's doing a playthrough of GTA Vice City for some 1980s Rockstar goodness. That's awesome that you're doing that game. I hope you enjoy it. And I hope that you have a good playthrough with it as well. And Maxi also creates Twitch tools for Twitch channels. So if you're a streamer looking for some tools that you can use for your Twitch stream, he also dabbles, well, not just dabbles, but does a lot of stuff towards that too as well. He's a really cool streamer, so definitely recommend. Great personality as well, so definitely recommend his channel. Ronan, yeah, but this time it's not changing for the good, but for the bad. Well, that's definitely a shame as well. It'd be great if things could just stay good all the time.
Die, vermin! It ain't human!
Oh, I see what happened here now. Okay, I just remembered. I had accidentally got to the point with Swansea where if I had gone further, I would have lost all the citizens, not due to embracing them, which is not what I want to do for this playthrough. So I left. But for some reason I thought that I had actually gotten the item related to the side quest. But I hadn't. Ah, no, I think I know what happened though. Now that I think about it even more. The autosave would have been before I finished that side quest. Because I finished the side quest, but then I went into the area where Swansea is after getting the key for the side quest. Then I went accidentally to where Edgar Swansea was. Then I realized that I needed to exit back to the main menu, and then when I did so and went back into the game, the autosave was before getting the item.
Best stay back, sir. Get a weapon! There's one of them vermin! He's mine! You're mine!
It's locked.
vermin! We cannot be defeated!
I have it.
Watch out! It's fast!
I can now open the box. I really don't know if I should read this.
Personal notebook, 8th of January 1918. The cards worry me, for they keep on announcing the coming of an imprecise but terrible danger, distinct from this awful war. I better call back the legates to London and tell them to observe and report any unusual events. 15th of March 1918. Something is definitely going on. The cards keep hiding what is approaching, and that can only mean something powerful is moving. Something so strong and potent, the cards cannot fully reveal its nature. All the legates but one are back in London. His mission in Lhasa is too crucial to be aborted. The only noticeable event is the frequent meetings between Aloysius Dawson and the Ascalon Club. It's nothing to worry about, for now. 24th of July 1918. A terrible epidemic is upon us, and I don't like this at all. My legates have been stuck back overseas to protect them from the disease, but also to find any clue about the origin of the plague. I'm not totally convinced this is all natural. In the past, we have had many cases of vampire activity linked with sudden epidemics. We must remain vigilant. 17th of August 1918. All over the world, hundreds of thousands dead, broken families, despair and affliction deeply rooted in our hearts. This epidemic is a curse. Reports from every country tell me this catastrophe has no boundaries, no limits. The good news is that the disease seems to have withdrawn. The bad news is the cards keep on foreseeing a calamity. 19th of September 1918. Cards were right from the beginning. A calamity is upon us. The best sign may be the return of the Garda Prewin. Geoffrey McCullum himself is back in London. He is actively acquiring and recruiting members for a new campaign. Whatever I may think of McCullum's methods, I must admit he has a good nose for danger. We must all stay alert. 21st of September 1918. McCullum did not waste any time. At least 3 of his warhounds have been ordered to survey me. Same old hate, same old methods once again. They will inquire about all my moves, all my acquaintances, and all my actions. I know they are convinced I am an immortal plotting against them, against humanity. Stupid hunters. I have no time for this. I may have my secrets, but I am not the conspiring foe thereafter. But they are right about something. The cataclysm will not be avoided. 15th of October 1918. For the second time, since I am the primate of St. Paul, I fear for this city. Skulls are invading London and the entire country. No, not invading. They are already here. They are among us, released by the flesh of the many infected. Observers of the Brotherhood tell me that foreign vampires are arriving from all over Europe, delighted to get their share of innocent and suffering flesh. This country as we know it may be on the verge of oblivion. We still don't know what is maneuvering against us. 26th of October 1918. The cards are still worrying me, as if the real danger was not revealed yet. I am convinced that the Garda Prewin is about to launch a second great hunt. This is the only explanation for the patterns of activities deployed by McCullum. Control of strategic command posts all over the city, creation of many new weapons, robbery to quickly finance this expensive undertaking. I know my name will be on the list if they decide to hunt down all identified vampires in England, but I refuse to submit to this threat. 7th of November 1918. A Prewin attack is imminent. Scouts and patrols are getting closer every night. I can't even blame them, for the situation is critical. A few reports even claim the Horned Vampire may be back, but their blindness never ceases to astonish me. How can they keep considering me a foe? Have I not proved I am their ally? Have I not done all I can to protect mortals? This is my last entry in this journal. May God have mercy on our souls.
I can't believe it. return later.
Yeah, and me too. Pandora's box 1. Hey, AC. Must have been the wind. Yeah, me too. This one is a bit tricky. Yeah, that's why I've got a guide.
Your prey is mine now! Gotcha! Good evening, Jonathan Reed. Can I help you in any way?
Have you any news concerning Aloysius Dawson?
What was his last thought, I wonder?
Tell me the truth, Usher. Are you a vampire?
By the stole, you really thought you could force Usher Talltree to yield to your little mind tricks like an oblivious mortal?
So, are you or are you not a vampire?
As a brilliant man once said, to be unambiguous can only be to one's own detriment.
Why can't I force you to answer me then?
I'm the primate of St. Paul's Stole. It comes with certain advantages, like accessing the greatest library in the country and avoiding answering certain questions.
I found your notebook. The one the guard of Prewen stole from you.
And you've brought it back to me. That's excellent news, Jonathan. Were you able to keep yourself from reading it?
No.
Ah, the oldest temptation of all. If Pandora herself did not pass the test, I suppose I should not blame you for your curiosity.
So you're not angry with me?
Why should I be? To live is to make choices, Jonathan. And you made yours. Now give it to me, please.
Goodbye, sir. Until we meet again.
I rarely wander. Yet it amuses me to converse with your kind. The Fool and the Empress. Again. What are the cards trying to tell us?
Alright, so I wanted to read about the citizens that we embraced before moving on. Clarence Crossley, 32 years old male, a lucid paranoiac. This old friend of mine bore the physical and mental strains of someone who fought in the Great War. When Clarence came back from the front, he expected to find a welcoming and safe environment, but his first encounter after his return was a group of skulls feeding on corpses. Clarence had already witnessed a murder caused by a vampire during leave in Rouen, France, but the image of that inhuman feast here in London broke the man. He devoted what little energy he had left to trying to warn the neighbours about the threat that lurked around them. No longer the charismatic man of his past, friends and family alike thought him foolish at best, demented at worst. Still, Clarence was one of the few humans who sensed my predatory nature. As I killed him, he felt both satisfaction and sadness knowing he had been right about me. 3,000 from this lost soul. Venus Crossley, 26 years old, female. Mrs. Crossley was on the path to become a self-made widow. Her husband, Clarence Crossley, was a war veteran with such severe trauma that his neurosis followed him home. The man she knew and loved had turned into a maniac, who spent his time and their money trying to warn the whole world about the existence of monsters. Both Venus and Clarence were old friends of my family, and while Clarence suspected my newfound bloodthirst, his wife couldn't conceive the notion that he may have been right. She hated the paranoia and the damage it brought to their social reputation. At a loss for any other solution, she opted for murder and had started to poison his beverages. Perhaps killing her was the only way to make her see the value of her husband's fight. 2,400 from this soul.
Good evening, Jonathan Reed. Can I help you in any way?
Do you require medical attention?
If you don't mind.
You'll feel better after taking this.
Thank you very much. I feel better already. I should have seen it coming. I should have put a ban upon you. But there was too much at stake.
Usher Talltree, 45 years old, male, the man who seemingly knew everything and told no one. When I claimed his life, he granted what memories he wished. Yet I cannot know whether what I found was the truth or a vision he wanted to share with me. Was he human? Unlikely. Vampire? Maybe. But from a rare species or branch. He acted as a fortune-teller, but held powers bestowed upon the leader of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole, a group of so-called neutral observers who study vampires. However, Mr. Talltree relied too much upon the untouchable reputation of his Brotherhood. He could not foresee my attack, even less his death. His last thought sounded like a judgment. 5,000 from this soul.
Dr. Reed, still conducting your nocturnal survey?
Do you need medical attention, Inspector?
I'm afraid I may have caught something.
You'll quickly feel better after taking this.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
You'll really feel better after taking this. Next minute.
So you were the killer. I knew I was right.
Charles Jerome Albright, 40 years old, male, individual with a peculiar connection to death. His career as an investigator reached its peak in 1915 during a particularly complex case. It culminated when Mr. Albright sent the suspect to the gallows. Unfortunately, the man was later proved to be innocent, and this mistake cost Mr. Albright his grade, his relationships, and his self-confidence. Cast aside, he became withdrawn and spent months pondering the moral viability of the death penalty. He still had his job, and the acute memory that made him good at it. When the plague befell London, he quit his lethargy and started investigating again, focusing on the abnormal deaths that ate away at the city. He knew most of these were crimes committed by a person, not an illness. I proved him right. 5,000 XP from this soul. Keone must have been the sweet little lies. Absolutely. You'll feel fine after taking this medicine, but then I'm going to kill you anyway. Because needed the XP.
Hello again, Dr. Reed.
Do you need my medical...
Indeed. I've never been good at explaining my feelings, but I can tell when my body is hurting me.
You have nothing to be worried about. You should recover by taking this.
Sounds so easy to fight disease. Too bad it's not the same making people smile again.
This makes no sense.
No sense at all.
I should have told my brother to go sooner.
Agamemnon Baker, 42 years old, male. The memories he gave me as he died were a maze of incoherence. It was impossible to disentangle his thoughts, and I was left with barely enough knowledge to define the profile of this man. Mr. Baker was the twin of Pericles Baker. He shared his brother's delusions about the grand fate that awaited them, although the opinions of Mr. Baker seemed to diverge on the course of action they should have followed to fulfill their purpose. Mr. Baker believed that their anguish reflected the distress of London, and that leaving the capital would ease their pain. As long as the proper envoy, a messiah who never came, triggered their exodus. When I killed Mr. Baker, he realized that they could have chosen to leave together, and pitied their absurd tenacity. 4,000 XP from this soul.
Good evening, Mr. Baker.
Why do I always have feelings of deja vu when I talk to you?
Do you need my...
I'm afraid...
I
said... So in the end, was it you we were waiting for? Death was our destination.
In this playthrough, yes. Pericles Baker, 42 years old male. The past I discovered within him was a clutter of fantasized and actual memories. Who or what he was remained a mystery to me. Mr. Baker was the twin of Agamemnon Baker. He made his brother believe in the glorious path they were destined for, though Agamemnon didn't grasp the epic proportions of his brother's actual dream. Mr. Baker felt that their misery reflected the agony and decrepitude of London itself, that their role lied in freeing the city from its demons. He waited for the chosen messenger that would push the twins towards their destiny, but his failing memory and unstable mind prevented him from ever recognizing whoever the envoy might have been. When I killed him, he saw in me the man that they had been waiting for. Perhaps death was the fate London shared with the twins. Got 4,000 XP from this soul. I feel bad about embracing Carol because her mother, Caroline, is essentially, on the one hand, she's hurting her daughter. On the other hand, she thinks that she's actually protecting her daughter because when she hurts her daughter, she then heals her daughter, and she thinks that that cancels the other out and that she's still a good mother.
I hope you can stay a little longer this time.
So yeah. I didn't actually embrace any of these characters because I didn't worry about getting all the clues last time. But this character especially, and a lot of other characters too, that I've already mentioned, where I'm like, I wouldn't normally embrace them, but for this playthrough, everyone gets embraced.
Dr. Reed,
Good evening, young lady.
My mother always prefers when people simply call me Carol.
Do you need my medical attention?
Oh, please, sir. Do not waste your time with me. There is nothing to be worried about.
Don't be shy. It's my duty to take care of you.
Thank you, sir. Much obliged.
Sorry, Carol, but this is the playthrough.
Mother, where are you? I can't see. I'm so afraid, Mother.
Damn. Carol Price, 20 years old female. To say Ms. Price was attached to her mother would be an understatement. Carolyn Price was her daughter's everything. Her family, her protection, and her hell. Miss Price was more than dependent on her mother. She was her prisoner. Mrs. Price considered her daughter to be a possession and treated her as such, breaking it should it please her and pampering it should she feel guilty about her foul behavior. When her friends grew into adults, Miss Price became a recluse and watched helplessly as her connections to the outside world disappeared, leaving her alone with her mother. She developed an anguish that bordered on obsession and took for granted the abusive love of her mother. Her last thoughts were fixated on her. She didn't care about her own death. 2000 XP from this soul.
Good evening, Miss Price.
You know you can...
Do you need...
Oh...
I'm...
Poor me. Oh no, poor me. I'm dying. For real. No one will cry for me now.
Carolyn Price, 39 years old female. To say Mrs. Price was attached to her daughter would be a lie. It was a destructive possessiveness that she had for Carol. Mrs. Price not only gave her name to her daughter, but considered the young woman to be an extension of her, a mere puppet. She repeatedly beat Carol, and didn't realize how these actions could damage her. She would pretend that Carol's injuries were accidents, and would take good care of the cuts and burns. She thrived on the attention her daughter got from physicians such as myself. I had already suspected Mrs. Price's alienation when she was my patient. I should have looked deeper and attempted to cure her. Killing her exposed her maniacal self-pity and lack of empathy, but it didn't settle my doubts. 3000 XP from this soul.
You London vampires are so weak! You're bleeding! Stupid newborn! You cannot win this!
Cannot win this, eh?
Women's right to vote is only the first step. Seriously.
Good evening.
Do you need...
You... Death may be the most disappointing dish I have ever tasted. So insipid. So cold.
Cold, you're so cold. Calhoun Russell, 45 years old male, once a renowned food critic, Mr. Russell made a fortune with his critical reviews and gained early retirement in exchange. His wealth created a distance around him that he could never bridge. His shop was a means to keep in touch with the world and interact with others. When he was younger, he had a short relationship with the actress Doris Fletcher, and from time to time he would allow himself to go watch her latest play. He was a man of simple pleasures. Instead of leaving London when the plague hit, he chose to stay near his favourite restaurants and chefs. Protected by his opulence, he was oblivious to the ruin around him, although he did pledge to bestow his wealth upon the poor should he die. As I killed him, he tasted death, and he couldn't help but criticize its blandness. 5,000 XP from this soul.
These leaflets were telling the truth all along. Nobody takes them seriously.
Women die too in this war!
Good evening.
Can I help you?
Do you need...
Or... My father always said, even those few who offer help always want something in return. And he was right.
Louise Teasdale, 22 years old female. Miss Teasdale was the daughter of Robert Teasdale, a man whose tracks could have helped another person to save the child he wanted to rescue himself. Father and daughter shared a tumultuous relationship ever since a mugger had killed the lady of their house. A meaningless death, which left Mr. Teasdale alone with his sorrow and his drink. Miss Teasdale never managed to reconnect with her father, and their arguments escalated into a major fight. This pushed her out of the house and into a pub. Drunk and careless, she became easy prey. Her Ekon abductor was apparently fond of her and hoped to seduce the woman while trying to hone his skills to the point where he could turn her into an immortal. I put an end to his plans when I seized her. 3000 XP from this soul.
His name. You cannot forget his name. Rats.
Can I help you, Miss Billow? I'm a doctor.
Yes.
I will take that as a yen.
Make it.
Dr. Darling, it stopped alright. That's true.
Thank you for releasing me. I can finally say the name of my torturer. It's Jacob Blackwood.
Karina Billow, 28 years old female, a broken spirit in a broken body. Rather than messy or tangled, like sick minds are, Mrs. Billow's intelligence had been crushed out of her. Under the remains of her memories, I found a passionate suffragette, driven by the convictions of Charlotte Ashbury. She was a proud activist who had the nerve to inquire about the Ascalon Club, a secretive society whose ranks didn't count a single woman. Her laudable attitude attracted unwanted attention. A vampire, an Ekon, from what I gathered, drove her insane with promises of eternal life and forced her to crave nothing but live rodents, condemning the woman to a horrid decrepitude. Her final thoughts flourished in the newfound liberty and revealed the identity of her tormentor, Jacob Blackwood, whoever he may be. 2000 XP from this soul. Kearney, that emote of Gordon Ramsay makes me think, imagine a parody starring Gordon Ramsay where he actually goes to a restaurant that's actually run by vampires. Rum Lord, Rum Lord, Rum Lord, Rum Lord, Rum Lord, Rum Lord. Okay, so we have 4 more regular citizens and 1 more pillar citizen left to embrace. I'm going to leave Charlotte till last.
Goody. Do you...
Do you... Yeah,
My family. I will never see them again. Will they ever know I died here?
Nope.
Will they remember me?
Kimura Tadeo, 48 years old, male, of Japanese descent, but born in Weymouth. Mr. Kimura left his wife and son when their constant nagging about the situation became too much for him. His philosophy on life was simple. If you see an advantage, take it. He made a fortune as a landlord following this principle. Yet Mr. Kimura met his demise by ignoring his own rules. He had an interest in astronomy, for fun, not profit. This led him to meet a crazed vampire with a passion for blood rituals. Had I not crossed their path, he would have died as a sacrifice. He met his end anyway, but at least his life was not wasted over some sectarian nonsense. As I killed him, he ignored that irony and simply wished to see his family again. 4000 XP from this soul. Hey there, Lighters. How's things? This asshole looks like Mark Wahlberg. Does he? Mr. Mark Wahlberg. I'm doing good, thanks, Lighters. Things are well. Things are going good. How about yourself? Things aren't going good for the citizens, though, here in this game. Oh, nice, Linus. That's good. Glad to hear that you're doing well.
Yes, Mr. Jonathan?
Do you need medical attention, Avery? Here it is.
Poor Miss Reed. I leave her alone with the most despicable monster of all, her own son.
Oh, nice, Linus. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the wishes for loved ones and family, and have a blessed day. Thank you very much, Linus. Wish the same to you and your family as well, and friends too. Hope that everything goes well, and that you have a great day today as well. Avery Cork, 65 years old male, dedicated to the end. Avery was our family's lifelong butler. Though my father paid him handsomely for his services, his loyalty to the Reed name was not a condition of his fee. He kept secret a letter that my father had entrusted to him, and that was to be read by me exclusively. Even when my mother begged him, even when I was declared dead, he never mentioned that letter. Avery was as discreet with his past as he was with our mysteries. When I killed him, his memories became mine, and I learned about an existence devoid of marriage and deprived of family. With siblings taken by the flu this very summer, he had no idea where my father had gone. Our household was his life, our family his. He even viewed me as a son. It was with a paternal tone that he declared me a monster. 4,000 XP from this soul. That's all good, Linus. No worries at all, dude. Now this is really, really messed up, but we need to do it for this playthrough. Jonathan is actually going to kill his own mother.
Hello again, Mother.
Jonathan, back already. Good, good. I was just about to go outside to find you. You shouldn't stay away for so long.
Do you need my medical attention, Mother?
Oh, you know I always refused to let you listen to my chest, son. It always seemed awkward, even when I felt ill.
I think you should take this. You'll feel better.
I'm not sure I'll ever feel better, but thank you, my son. Johnny, it was real. Mary brought me to the cemetery to see you. What happened to this family, my son? What have you done?
It really is in meter. Absolutely. There was definitely another character that in my first playthrough I didn't have Jonathan kill. That's right, Dr. Darling. Jonathan Reed in this playthrough is a bastard. Rest in peace. Emmeline Reed. Emmeline Maria Reed, born Pelletier, 65 years old, female. Too many deceased and revived children broke my mother's mind, leaving her unable to distinguish between the living and the dead, not that I might be able to do so myself. Born in France, my mother had always been the artist of the Reed family. Despite or because of the comfortable life she found in England, she never ceased to create and sell her art. paintings, writings, the occasional poem or song. Her spirit was as creative as it was frail, and the disappearance of her husband tipped her towards the self-indulgence that made her confuse dreams with reality. Avery Cork, our family butler, took good care of her. However, her state had deteriorated to the point where she wouldn't eat, wouldn't sleep, and was letting herself die of neglect. She regained her senses when I brought her rest, and she saw me for what I was. 1000 XP from this soul. Okay, what do I give this game out of 10? I'd probably give it maybe a 7, I think. Maybe 6 or 7. But then again, I'm not really good at giving ratings to games because that doesn't actually give you much information about how I felt about the game.
Good evening, Miss Ashbury.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed.
Yeah, Kyoto, it's quite difficult because when I look at reviews and stuff, I don't really pay attention to what the rating is at the end of the review. I actually just look at what they've read, what they've written, or what they've said if it's a video review, and base whether or not I think it's going to be something I like on that, you know.
What is your opinion of Aloysius Dawson?
I'm sure you did what you had to without him suffering more than he deserved. I'm not sure I'd have been so merciful.
Do you need my medical attention, Charlotte?
Indeed. Unlike you and my mother, I can still become ill.
Oh, you cannot imagine how relieved I'd be to catch a cold again.
My mother once told me the same thing. I sometimes wonder if she's forgotten what it feels like to be ill.
Sorry, Charlotte, but you need to be embraced just like all the other citizens, and this is, in terms of like Elizabeth, this is the most egregious thing that you could do if you're doing a playthrough where you actually want to either embrace all the citizens or you choose to embrace Charlotte. So Elizabeth will definitely not be very happy about this. Blood for the Rum Lord God.
Pray for my mother to never find my killer. Betrayer.
Charlotte Ashbury, 27 years old, female. Charlotte had no recollection of who her real parents were. Her earliest memories were her life as an orphan at the institution for girls managed in the West End by Elizabeth Ashbury, before being officially adopted by the lady as her daughter. Charlotte worshipped her adoptive mother and forged a sense of justice, which bloomed into a robust social engagement as a suffragette. When Elizabeth disclosed her vampire nature to Charlotte, the latter developed fantasies of joining her mother as an immortal blood drinker, to the extent that she would forfeit the search for her birth name and stay forever as Charlotte. Elizabeth always refused, and I brought an end to their question. As she died, Charlotte vowed that her mother would avenge her, but I doubt she would ever see me as the culprit. 5000 XP from this soul. And now the only citizen that we have left to embrace is Dr. Edgar Swansea. So let's go do that now. What's funny is even if you get rid of all the citizens in the district, the game won't let you actually use Jonathan's vampire powers to teleport. Now I can. Pardon me, now I can because I'm out of the zone.
Keep an eye on each other.
Now just double check that I've got rid of all the citizens except for Dr. Edgar Swansea, because he's the subject of the next main story mission. Alright, so we killed all the citizens of the docks. The only one left in Pembroke Hospital Borough is Dr. Swansea, so we killed all the other citizens. All the citizens in Whitechapel and all the citizens in West End. Nice, alright.
Edgar. Edgar, can you hear me?
Jonathan, is it really you?
Easy. Easy. Save your strength. I'm getting you out of here.
Don't try to spare me. As a physician, I know all too well when it's too late. Punctured lung, broken ribs, and internal bleeding. An accurate diagnosis, wouldn't you say?
Edgar, what happened?
They wanted me to confess.
Sorry. I'm paranoid now. Because the guide I'm looking at says that you need to sleep first.
I cannot enter.
He's a main story character, so I don't imagine sleeping with him as the only one left in Pembroke will mess anything up. Before I do that, though, I may as well take this opportunity to have a look at the weapons that we've gotten. Alright, so Gwyneth's surgical knife has more blood absorption than what I've got currently equipped. It has the same attack speed, and it has more stamina. So I'm going to switch to this one. And have that one instead of what I had before. Tadeo's astrolabe, a beautiful and valuable astrolabe used by Kimura Tadeo to identify the stars by measuring their position in the sky. Calhoun's silver fork, valuable and finely crafted fork, probably brought by Calhoun Russell to each restaurant where he chose to eat. Pericles' broken watch, a broken pocket watch with only the hour hand remaining. Agamemnon's broken watch, a broken pocket watch with only the minute hand remaining. Charles's camera, a relatively small camera probably used by Charles Albright to take pictures of crime scenes. Cadogan's treasure, a large bag full of small items received by Cadogan Bates's payment for rent due. Alarm clock, music box, broken watch, etc. Perfume bottle, an almost empty bottle of perfume that still smells of jasmine. It probably belonged to the late wife of Joe Peterson. Clayton's camera, a relatively small camera, probably used by Clayton Darby when he was researching his articles about Whitechapel. Cigarette case, an elegant cigarette case made of embossed silver. It's engraved with the name Andrew Woodbead, probably kept by his father to remember his missing son. I won't read all of those ones, actually, related to the characters. It's all good. I have 174,285 XP to use. Kearney. Oh, hang on. Whoops, I've missed some chat. Yeah, nah, bro. It must have been the wind. Hey, Lucinda, good morning. Vampyre's going well. Definitely finishing today. There's only one citizen left, and he's related to a main story mission where he's actually the focus of it. So all the other citizens have been embraced. How's things going, Lucinda? Hey there now, bro. I hope things are going well. Oh, excellent. They sent you home today. Oh, excellent. That's great. Really glad to hear that you're able to go home after hospital. That's really, really cool. Shared something I thought you might give you a chuckle. Oh, nice. Thank you. That's excellent news now, bro. Glad to hear that you're out of hospital now. Keone, yes, there are. You just never learn them. No. No. That is so funny now, bro. Thank you for posting that. I like that. The chair that Rick annihilates Benny with in the 1999 Mummy movie. Nice. That's really cool. Thank you so much for sharing that in the Discord. Listen, are you doing alright? Glad it's Friday, been a busy week. Oh, I don't blame you for being excited about it being Friday. Like, yeah, especially after a busy week. I hope that Friday will go quickly for you as well, and that you can enjoy your weekend. No, bro, yeah, so now just a month or two of solid rest and recovery and you should all be good. That's excellent. That's really, really good. And that's, considering that you're in hospital for 3 weeks, it's definitely not bad that it's like, a month or two of having to rest and recover. Because that's really, really good. No, bro, you saw that, and you thought of me immediately. You were laughing so hard, you sent yourself into a coughing fit. Oh no. Even if there's stuff that I'm upgrading that I'm not going to use, I may as well just get it so I can get the leveling up of Jonathan a bit higher. Because since we've embraced all the citizens, or by the time we get to the boss fight with Harriet, then at least we'll be almost the same level as her. Because her level in the fight depends on whether or not either you've embraced all the citizens or the majority of the citizens have been embraced. So I've reached level 50. Okay, so I can't go beyond level 50. Well, that's not too bad then. No, bro, you're like, no, laughing hurts. Worth it. That can happen though too. Sometimes when I find something really funny, I actually start to cry because it's just so hilarious. No news from the East End docks. No, this catastrophe is no surprise. Since 2 a.m. today, the docks of the East End are officially segregated. The police report stated that a sudden escalation in violence had forced the authorities to isolate the area. Inhabitants were evacuated to temporary shelters. Since then, local authorities and Scotland Yard have been juggling their responsibilities in this event. Was it the fault of the gangs that bled out of the district, unopposed? Or the rumoured madmen that killed the inhabitants, uncaught? No, it wasn't. Those who say this came off as a surprise are liars, blind men with the judgment of children. It wasn't the gangs. They have been part of our city for so long that crime is part of day-to-day life here. It wasn't a serial murderer. Our physicians refuted the idea, identifying causes of death that range from old age and sickness to homicide. No, it wasn't a single specific culprit, despite your hopes. It was you, me, everyone. Everyone foresaw this fall, and now, cowards that we are, we pretend to be astonished when faced with the inevitable. It is we who did nothing, who should repent. My thoughts go to friends, neighbours, and to strangers alike. May you find your loved ones safe and well. EW. No, you're wrong. It actually was down to one person. I wonder who that could have been. I don't know. Did their name start with J and end with N, maybe? There we go. They've been all embraced. Hostile. The newspapers have reported the fall of another London borough. This is what we have wrought in this playthrough. Pembroke Hospital closed due to lack of hygiene. For months, the Pembroke Hospital remained the only steadfast medical facility in the East End of London. This morning, the building irreversibly closed its doors. Local authorities, following a formal assessment of extreme squalor, ordered the facility shut down. It seems the hospital helped the spread of disease. The Pembroke administration has yet to issue an official statement, but the extremely low number of people who left the hospital in good health during the last weeks corroborates the theory of mistreatment and poor medical practice. With a capacity for little more than 100 patients, the Pembroke was found to be housing more than 300, some more dead than alive, shoehorned into the rooms and even corridors of the hospital. Several honourable physicians had criticised the establishment prior to this catastrophe for the opacity of its financing arrangements. It is recommended, should you want to maintain your physical well-being, to seek medical help with proven professionals elsewhere. SLA. Disclaimer, today's News London article was replaced by a contribution from our special reporter Solomon L. Anthelm. Your usual EW column will resume once redacted according to the regulations in effect. Because Swansea is still alive, it means that Pembroke hasn't gone down into the 0% health status yet, but it will once we actually embrace him. The fall of Whitechapel is our fall. You, with enough money to buy this paper, enough contempt to scoff at the title of this article, yet enough curiosity to read it anyway, should be informed about the truth of the so-called news you read in the press of London. Last night, the Whitechapel district was evacuated following an abrupt rise in mortality rates. Thousands of inhabitants were hastily relocated, filling hospitals and wards that were already overflowing with terminally ill families, many in bad health, and most of them fearful after days and nights of silent terror. Will you read about this catastrophe elsewhere? No. Am I allowed to write about it? Even less so. Journalists are gagged, silenced, forbidden to raise awareness about the horror that dances before our very eyes. Hear me, London is falling. Protect yourself and your loved ones from this sickness, but do not close your eyes to it. It is here, and its thirst craves young and old, rich and poor. Many thanks to my colleagues, whose name I will keep private for their own safety, who helped me bypass the censorship that is the true plague of London. I assume full responsibility for this publication and beg the authorities to end their insane control. The West End aflame. As I write these lines, the heart of London has stopped beating. This morning at 3 a.m, police forces organised the evacuation of thousands of residents, insisting on the urgent nature of the situation. Thieves and freaks, having been driven mad with the fever, were flooding our streets. Our forces were too few, and their crazed malice was too great. We are spread thin across London, and it is from a barricaded shelter that I write this dire report. What overran our beloved city? Was it the plague? That rumoured illness coming from the most forsaken parts of town? Or was it the Lord himself telling us to flee a London that had become too corrupted, too unfaithful? Either way, our homes are burned and nothing remains. Alicia Dawson's vision of the West End kept safe from the fiery menaces of outer London was proven right. A wall was the only thing that might have kept us from such violence, but it's too late now, so here we are, crying over lost children, siblings and parents, forced to wait for some sign of sanity, while surrounded by lunacy and anarchy. The West End has fallen. How can the country survive this tragedy? SLA. That's right, Amita. Yep. In this playthrough, London's burning. Trophy. London has been officially burned, lol. Not lol for the citizens, though, but... Nah, bro, after the surgery on Monday, they moved you to a public ward, and a couple of beds down from you was a bloke with the same name, so hilariously for 4 days, the two of you were like, "Oh, good, Dave. Yeah, not bad, Dave. Good luck, Dave. Cheers, Dave." That would have been so funny, actually, to have to experience that. It's funny when you come across someone who has the same name as you. Amita, did I get the trophy? I've got it set so that when I'm streaming games, just to make sure that that immersion stays, that it doesn't actually pop up with notifications on my screen and all that kind of stuff, including trophies. But I'll have a look and see if I actually got it. Yep, London's burning, trophy earned. London's burning, turn all districts to hostile status. Total trophy progress 72%. So in total, I've got 22 out of 29 trophies. Yeah, and Mita, thank you. So that's good. That's the trophy achieved. Now, bro, today it was like, going home, Dave. Best of luck, Dave. See you around, Dave. That's cool. Misconstrued what this did. I thought it's like the leap that vampires will do on you. That does damage, but it's not. Alright. I've never used this power before in a playthrough, so I was just sort of trying to suss out how it actually works. Probably just be like a strong evasion. Maybe. Thank you, Lucinda, for the GGs. Really appreciate that. All that's left now is to finish out the main story and get the worst ending. Oh yeah, Lucinda, that's no worries at all. Can definitely show you. So yeah, that's an example of what it looks like when all the citizens are gone. Yeah, so you got the 0% of the health status. This character here, Swansea, he's actually part of the main story, and the next mission that we need to do is related to him. So he has to be embraced as well. And then after he's gone, that'll be literally every citizen in the game. Sheila, so much blood and suffering is beautiful. The blood god is going to feast well. Very, very well.
Edgar. Edgar, can you hear me?
Jonathan, is it really you?
Easy. Easy. Save your strength. I'm getting you out of here.
Don't try to spare me. As a physician, I know all too well when it's too late. Punctured lung, broken ribs, and internal bleeding. An accurate diagnosis, wouldn't you say?
Edgar, what happened?
They wanted me to confess. Beat me black and blue.
Geoffrey McCullum ambushed me at the Pembroke Hospital. He was convinced you and I were responsible for the Skal epidemic.
I never imagined that self-righteous fanatic would dare to attack us in the open. What became of him?
I put him in a somewhat delicate position when I made him an immortal.
Really? You sure that was the wisest course of action?
Time will tell. The most intriguing part of his accusation was that you and I were the pawns of some ancient vampire.
William Marshall. Yes, they tortured me to make me confess the same nonsense.
Hey there, Chell. Welcome on in. Listen, I don't know. I can't see your ribs, lung, or internal bleeding. What do you think I am? I'm not like an X-ray vision superhero. Yeah, listen to the Skal epidemic. Yep, they drank too much. That's what happened. Yeah, ancient vampire from the Old Kingdom. I couldn't help it.
I think you're hiding something, Edgar.
What do you mean?
William Marshall, for example. You speak of him as if you know him. How is that?
Jonathan, I cannot say I'm ready for another round of questions.
What can you tell me about William Marshall?
Not much. History paints the story he was the greatest knight who ever lived. Amongst the immortals, he had a yet greater legend.
Why is the Guard of Priwen so obsessed with him?
He was the only ancient vampire to escape the first great hunt launched by the Guard of Priwen in 1854. They believe he's an evil creature plotting his return.
Why would he deserve such a reputation?
I cannot say. The Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole has next to no intelligence on him. All I know is that he's supposed to be the oldest of all the British vampires.
Why would the Guard of Priwen believe you and I created the vampire epidemic?
Maybe due to our profession. Because I offered you shelter in my hospital.
While investigating the epidemic, I read some of McCullum's findings. I think you have some explaining to do.
I have nothing to hide, Jonathan. Nothing at all.
Do you know Doris Fletcher's real name?
No, I'm afraid not.
Her real name was Doris Jones. She was the daughter of Harriet Jones.
What do you want me to say, Jonathan?
Do you remember when we suspected Sean Hampton of killing Harriet Jones?
Yes. The terrible episode that came as a shock to us all.
Harriet Jones faked her own death. When I found her in the sewers, she confessed she wanted everybody to pay for what happened to her.
That woman was extremely bitter, full of hatred and festering anger.
Doris Fletcher visited her mother at the Pembroke Hospital. That's how she first got infected.
I know nothing about that. Miss Fletcher once came to visit the sick. That is all I know.
No, Edgar, there is more. Doris Fletcher was Harriet Jones's daughter. They exhibited the same symptoms: blind hate and strong physical mutation.
What does this sad story have to do with us?
Do you know where we are? Doris Fletcher's theatre. This is where that hateful creature plotted to spread the epidemic across London.
I only briefly met Miss Fletcher once when she visited the Pembroke Hospital. You say it was to see her mother. She seemed like such a sweet and graceful woman.
My point exactly. The disease turned her into a bitter soul, driven by vengeance just like her mother. A symptom of all the infected patients.
Certain diseases are known to produce similar effects. Rabies, for example. And rabies is not the devil at work.
Come on, Edgar. Don't you see the pattern here? The epidemic, the link between Doris and Harriet, the suspicion of McCullum?
How could I? I never saw Harriet Jones again after she fled the hospital.
Doris and Harriet shared more than a hidden family bond. They were the embodiment of the epidemic and are linked to the Pembroke Hospital. Come on, Edgar, this is no coincidence.
I swear I'm at a complete loss. All I did was administer vampire blood to cure old Harriet. There was no evil plan, no diabolical plot.
You did what?
I tested the regenerating and healing properties of vampire blood on Harriet Jones. My only intention was to find the cure for influenza, I swear.
Whose blood did you use? William Marshall's? Mine?
Lady Ashbury's. While transfusing her with human blood, humanely appeasing her hunger, I also kept samples of her blood for my research.
You used her blood on Harriet Jones? My God, Edgar, that's unethical. You betrayed 2 of your patients at the same time.
How dare you judge me? Must I name the alarming list of your victims?
We are both deceivers. But at least I know I'm a monster.
You have worked beside me. You saw what I'm doing at Pembroke Hospital. Jonathan, you know I'm not an evil soul. Just another victim of this tragedy.
He is the final citizen in the whole game that we need to embrace. I'm not going to do it. No, just kidding. I am. Of course I am. That's the goal of the playthrough.
Yes, your death is imminent, Dr. Swansea. But I swear it will be quick.
I already told you to call me Edgar. Am I no longer your friend?
I believe you never have been, sir. You have lied to me at every step and betrayed the trust of a woman I cherish.
You and the lady? Really? Well, I should have seen it coming, I suppose. May I add that I welcome this? The biting, I mean.
You have your wish.
Is it going to hurt? I always wondered if you...
Kearney Cracula. Oh yeah, Sheila, you should be able to do that now. Yeah, that command with the word vengeance, you should be able to do that now. Lucinda, he's talking a lot for someone with a punctured lung. That's true. That's a good point, actually. He's not like, to the point of can't talk anymore. Oh, nice emote, Keone. That's cool. It's really cool. Yeah, Lucinda, it's like unethical. What a thing for Jonathan to be saying, considering he was the one that was healing his patients, all the while plotting to kill them. Hey there, Materium, welcome on in. Sheila, this is unethical. Sounds like I have 20 burgers, 10 orders of fries, 7 milkshakes, and a Diet Coke. I need to watch my diet. Yeah. It's like I need to reduce the consumption of coffee. It's like, yes, I'll have a large coffee and I'll have that every day, thanks. Sheila, delicious blood. Vengeance, is it? It absolutely is. It won't mark him off as dead. Oh, yes, it will, sorry. So it's marked Swansea off as dead. There we go. Edgar Swansea. Edgar Griffith Swansea, 45 years old. Male. This cheerful man gave me a roof, a job, and accepted me as a friend. Despite the danger I presented, he was quick to let me in among the patients and staff members of the Pembroke. In some respects, I wish he'd never had. He first encountered a vampire when he was just a boy. There he witnessed the murder of his nanny. Yet rather than retreat in fear, he developed a passion and admiration for blood drinkers that led him to the medical profession. After 20 years of research following that fateful encounter, he finally reached a noteworthy milestone, his admittance into the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole. There he met people who understood and shared his scientific curiosity regarding vampires. Edgar soon after met Lady Ashbury, who became both a patron and a keen test subject. By experimenting on her blood without consent, he betrayed her confidence as patient and friend, and unknowingly caused the largest outbreak of vampirism in history. When I killed him, I'm not even sure he recognized the magnitude of his actions, or how misguided they were. Then again, do I? 12,000 XP from this soul.
So Harriet Jones became the original carrier when Edgar gave her vampire blood. I must tell Elizabeth.
Just had a thought, just in case the Pembroke Hospital is off limits to me after sleeping and because we got rid of Edgar Swansea just now. Because I was going to actually have Jonathan sleep again, but I thought maybe if I do that, the Pembroke Hospital won't be accessible anymore. And I'm just curious to see what is actually in the safes that Dr. Swansea had. Or maybe I can't go there anyway. Yeah, I won't be able to. Because I could swear I was able to teleport across here before. Sheila, you off to the second half of your workday? Have a good rest of your stream? I definitely will, dude. Cheers for being here, Sheila. I hope that the rest of your workday goes well. Would like to highly recommend people check out Sheila Locke's channel. He did a playthrough for the first time recently of God of War 2018. He's finished that game, and he's going to be going back to his Assassin's Creed marathon, playing through Assassin's Creed Black Flag. He's going to do a challenge with that, and I'm sorry, Sheila, I've actually forgotten what the challenge is with that one. But he's going to be doing a specific challenge all the way through Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and also going to be doing the Freedom Cry DLC as well, doing a 100% run of that, I do believe. He's also a fan of the Dark Pictures series of horror games by Supermassive, as well as the Deadlight series as well. Oh, Sheila, so no upgrades and no kills. There we go. Yeah, because I remember you changed what challenge you were doing when you started that playthrough before. But yeah, so no upgrades and no kills. And that's all good for the shout out, Sheila. No problem at all. Code, okay, so a bit over 8 hours of virtual meetings done. Well, that's good. That's a hell of a lot of meetings for a lot of time. Be a relief to have that done. Yeah, that's what it used to be. Listen, there was just a minimal kill. But Sheila's reset the playthrough, so he's going to be doing a different challenge. I can still access the Pembroke Hospital, that's good. Oh, no I can't, alright. That's fair enough. It doesn't matter. I was just curious to see what he had in his office. Hello, Gorky. How's things? I assume they've closed off all the... Oh, no, they haven't. Oh, they have, yeah. I'm like, maybe they haven't turned off... Maybe they haven't closed off all the entry points to the hospital. That's only a eavesdrop spot from earlier. Glad to hear that you're going good, O'Gorky. That's excellent.
Steady, boys, we've got one of them. I'll send you to hell. Die, vermin! Stop! Fuck away!
Inexplicable disappearance. The Whitechapel police have been informed of the mysterious disappearance of Edgar Swansea, aged 45, physician, at approximately 6:30 this morning. The police have circulated a description of the missing man. Height 6 feet, slender build, fair complexion, greying hair, thin mustache. likely wearing a white surgeon coat with dark flannelette vest and Oxford shirting and leather evening shoes. Dr. Swansea is a familiar figure in the Whitechapel district, the current head of the Pembroke Hospital and a preeminent scientist. He spearheaded the mass admission of patients during last summer's flu epidemic. Although his methods have been criticised, it should be noted that Dr. Swansea did save a substantial number of individuals during the outbreak. His guidance drove the Pembroke to new technical heights, especially due to his enlistment of vanguard talents. His latest recruit was the transfusion pioneer Dr. Jonathan E. Reed, who had recently returned from the war. The famous surgeon was nowhere to be found to answer our questions. The lack of a head of surgeon has led to a drastic drop in the operation success rate at Pembroke. I would advise against entrusting yourself to them until Dr. Swansea is found or a new head emerges to lead the hospital. E.W. Now that is every single citizen in the entire game embraced. Elizabeth ain't gonna be happy. She might, I don't think she'll express something related to the fact that we've killed her adopted daughter, including all the other citizens. But that definitely plays into the ending that you get. So if you've done that, it's going to affect how Elizabeth reacts to Jonathan, ultimately.
What good fortune brings you back to me, Jonathan? What is it, my dear?
I'm afraid it's bad news, Elizabeth. The worst, actually.
Please, speak up.
Edgar is no longer in McCullum's grasp. I resolved that matter.
Where is our good friend now? Is he well?
He was mortally wounded. I put an end to his misery.
That is terrible, Jonathan. And yet you did what you must. The poor man.
Edgar Swansea was responsible for the Skull epidemic, Elizabeth. It was he who unleashed the deadly scourge upon London.
What? Are you certain? This is the most terrible accusation of all.
He confessed everything to me. He sought to cure the disease, to exploit vampire blood to stop the epidemic. But he unwittingly gave birth to a catastrophe.
All those poor victims. How could he do it? What happened?
He was stupid. I'm gonna go with he was stupid. I like that.
Edgar's behavior was beyond lunacy. He had neither the discipline, knowledge, nor the proper facilities to conduct blood experiments.
I must say I'm shocked, Jonathan. Who would have thought it? And the poor patient. Let me guess. It was Harriet Jones, was it not?
Yes. That explains how Doris Fletcher was infected. and how she became an Icor. She secretly visited her mother at Pembroke.
Then we have no choice. We must act quickly, Jonathan. We must return to the sewers and put an end to the threat poor Harriet embodies.
I have one more matter to discuss with you. Harriet Jones was the primary case, but do you know what a healthy carrier is?
There is a tone in your voice that frightens me, Jonathan. What are you trying to say?
It was your blood Edgar used for his experiment on Harriet Jones.
What? No. No. This can't be. Oh, God.
Elizabeth, are you all right?
No, I have to go.
What do you mean?
Leave me alone. Save the city, Jonathan. Save what can be saved.
Elizabeth, I need answers. Why did your blood
Stay
cause
away
this?
from me. Please. I swear I never was your enemy.
Wait! No! Elizabeth!
No, bro, about to take the last round of biotics and painkiller for today, but you'll hang out till you crash. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that, nah, bro. But if you need to, go earlier, definitely don't, put yourself second to my stream. That's for sure. But I hope that the biotics do well and that the painkiller does its job as well.
Now would be a good time to blend the recipe Marshall used when he fought the disaster. I think I know where to find what I need. No, bro, yeah, crashing on the couch for tonight, getting into bed for a few minutes kind of took it out of you. Oh, that's totally understandable too as well. Oh, absolutely. Definitely got to do what is the most comfortable thing and causes the least pain and also discomfort as well. Whose blood could be purer than that of William Marshall? Lord Redgrave will have to spare me a drop.
Hey there, Lynch Mob. How's things?
This is now my domain, young Ekon. Cannot win this. care!
Sir, you are not welcome here.
I'm still persona non grata in the Ascalon Club. If I want to speak with Lord Redgrave, I'll have to improvise.
Gotcha!
Good evening, Lord Redgrave.
What are you doing here, traitor? I shall smite you for this audacity.
I'm not here to bicker, Lord Redgrave. I can put an end to this epidemic, but I need your assistance to do so.
All is already lost. The city verges on collapse. The epidemic has spread so widely. Disgusting scals are everywhere.
The epidemic could be stemmed if I destroy the original carrier. England can be saved, but only with Marshall's blood.
The blood of William Marshall? Of my maker? Are you mad? This blood is the purest of all. My maker proffered it to me on the battlefield. I cannot hand it to you.
Stop this farce. Marshall never was your maker. I have no idea how you acquired his blood, but I need it now.
I see. Well, in that case, given the gravity of the situation, I suppose I can spare you a drop.
Thank you, my lord.
If you manage to save this city, you'll prove yourself a veritable servant of the crown. So Godspeed, Dr. Reed. Our fate lies wholly in your hands. You again? What do you want?
I have a few questions to ask.
You hold in that vial the most sacred blood of all. I can help you no more. We all count on you, Dr. Reed, for tragedy is imminent.
He's like, you again. That reminds me of the banter between Anmita and Oliver.
You again?
I have a few...
You again?
I have...
You again?
I have...
You again?
I have...
Thanks, Bob. You just got done playing GTA Online, helping out friends and random players make money now that Rockstar updated the Diamond Casino heist, where everyone gets guaranteed diamonds whenever investigating what you're stealing in the vault under the casino. So far it works for you 3 times and was able to steal diamonds from the casino. Well, that's good that it actually works too, because at the end of the day, programming things to act in a certain way, and as we know, not all things that get programmed always work, so it's good to know that there's actually something that works like that.
Vicious bugger! Leech spotted! Watch out!
If McCullum really drank the blood of King Arthur, then I may have found another vital ingredient for my recipe. Good evening, Vampire Hunter.
Are you here to mock me, Reed?
Not at all, McCullum. I am here because I need you.
Really? I'm intrigued. Speak up, then.
I need the blood of a king. The blood of Arthur. I'm certain you possess it, and I must have it.
The Guard's most sacred and precious relic. Why would you... You found Marshall's memoirs. I should have destroyed that book.
I need the antidote to save this city, McCullum.
It is within me to take your words as truth. I want to, but I must know more. What precisely are your plans?
Plan? Lynch Mob, yeah, and Rockstar said it's going to be like this for 2 weeks instead of 1 week because they're adding a new DLC and said, be on the lookout for more new content coming soon to GTA Online. So you're excited to see what they're adding after these 2 weeks. In the meantime, Rockstar is basically saying, make money for what's to come in the 2 weeks. Well, that's good that they give you a bit of a heads up. That way you can make sure you've got, at least enough to cover whatever it might be as well. But yeah, that sounds like a good sort of way to create hype as well for people. Lucinda, okay, Rose, time for you to head off to work soon. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you, Lucinda, I definitely will. And thank you for being here, I really appreciate it. I hope that work goes well for you today. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda's doing a Resident Evil marathon, currently going through Resident Evil 6, doing all the campaigns of the story. She's done the campaigns for Leon already, and she'll also be doing Chris and Jake and Sherry's campaign, as well as Ada Wong's campaign too. That's part of her Resident Evil marathon, and she'll also be doing Resident Evil 7 and Village, including the Shadows of Rose DLC as well. Also a big fan of other franchises like Dead Island and Dying Light, as well as The Last of Us and Evil Within. A great streamer with some really cool raccoon-themed emotes as well. No problemo at all for the shout-out, Lucinda. Thank you so much for being here, especially before going to work. Definitely appreciate it. I hope that you have a good one, and that you enjoy the rest of your Friday too, as well, once your workday's done.
I have found the carrier, McCullum. The infection's source. It may be science or some supernatural power that's responsible for all this. But I will harness either or both to end the epidemic.
A vampire doctor. My God, you're a terrifying creature. Jonathan Emmett Reed.
Do you not understand? We wanted the same thing from the outset. A means to end this vampire epidemic.
Not enemies. Maybe that is so. Take it then. I see no other hope for this city. If this is some trick, you will be damned, Dr. Reed.
Thank you, Lunch Mob, for redeeming an Arnie movie scene impression.
Thank you. Can we speak more?
Indeed. Why not?
Why are you here?
The man who raised me after the brutal murder of my parents. He's buried here.
Were both your parents killed by vampires?
Yes. And yet worse. My father returned to Dublin a vampire and tore out my mother's throat.
And who was this man?
Carl Eldritch. One-time leader of Prewin. He killed my father in front of me. Helped me hunt my brother Ain after teaching me how to kill leeches.
How are you adapting to immortality?
I feel so powerful it gives me shivers. I could be the greatest vampire hunter ever. Your worst nightmare, in truth.
Will you leave the Guard now that you are what you are?
Are we not creatures of deceit? I could hide my nature from my men, or name a successor. Go my own way. I know not yet my path.
Will you hunt me down?
You're a vicious beast, Reed. Perhaps the city needs you at this time, but I shall not forget what you did.
Farewell, my progeny.
Do not stretch your luck, Reed.
Hello again, Geoffrey.
Hello. Is there something you need?
Farewell, my progeny.
Do not stretch your luck, Reed.
Alright, so I've got a scene. Why don't you stop all this church talk and tell us what the hell is going on? Who's after her? Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll try to explain. You know anything about the number of the beast? Revelation of St. John from his dream? 666? The number of the beast is not 666. Often in dreams, numbers appear upside down and backwards. So 666 becomes 999, like in 1999, the year of his return. What does it have to do with me? Regressus Dia Holy, the return of Satan. Does any of this look familiar to you? She's been chosen. He's in her blood. The Holy Church has been searching for you since the day you were born. Chosen for what? Every 1,000 years on the eve of the millennium, the dark angel comes and takes a body, and then he walks the earth, looking for a woman who will bear his child. It all has to happen in that unholy hour before midnight on New Year's Eve. If he consummates your flesh with this body, then he unlocks the gate of hell, and everything we know ceases to exist. So, the Prince of Darkness wants to conquer the earth, but has to wait until an hour before midnight on New Year's Eve. Is this Eastern time? It's got nothing to do with New Year's Eve. It has to do with a temporary celestial alignment. The Gregorian monks studied the heavens. They were able to calculate the precise moment of this event. They created our calendar by mapping this event and counting backwards from that moment. It was a mistake to come here. It doesn't matter whether you believe or not. He's real and he won't rest until he finds this girl. Why did he pick me? Because the stars were right when you were born. A man's body was also chosen, just like yours. If the devil does exist, why doesn't your God do anything? It's not my God, it's our God, and he doesn't say that he will save us. He says that we will save ourselves. Save myself? What am I supposed to do? Get a restraining order? We have to have faith. Faith. Yes, faith. It's an interesting concept. If you read the Bible, you can't miss it. Faith. Between your faith and my Glock 9mm, I take my Glock. Come on, let's go. I'm afraid it takes a person of pure heart to defeat pure evil. You did your job. You brought her here to the people of faith. We'll protect her. We'll hide her. You know, you live in a different world. We have some serious problems here, and this is not solving them. Satan's greatest trick was convincing man he didn't exist. Given I'm playing a horror game at the moment, I thought it would be apt to pick. It's like an action horror movie, really. It's not really horror, to be honest, but still. Thank you for redeeming that, Lynch Mob.
Over there! There's one of them burning! This one's mine! Elite! Elite! It ain't human! Kill it! For Ascalon! There's one of them! Watch yourselves! Cross the leech, boys! I shall fear. It's mine! I'll take it! A leech! A leech! A leech! A leech!
I cannot use garlic, but there may be a substitute in the Pembroke Hospital drug storage.
There's one of them verms!
There it is. Insulin. Much more efficient than garlic against blood poisoning and sepsis, and much less dangerous for me. Thank you, Dr. Polescu. plan seems stable. Time to go and find Harriet in the sewers.
You Londoners are no match for me!
This place has been ransacked. They've all been slaughtered. Pre-one? No, not their style. Where has Harriet gone?
She must have left a trail I could follow.
Take not a step further, child, for you are unprepared.
You, at last. I wondered when you would show your face again. Step away. We have nothing to discuss.
Desist, child. You cannot confront the monstrosity unleashed upon this land without due preparation. I shall not allow it.
All right. But no more riddles. Enough of the obscure songs and prophecies. I ask questions, and you answer them.
My words have been as clear as crystal lakes, my child. You seem unwilling to drink, to listen, to learn.
Why did you choose me?
Only you could provide a modern, scientific answer to this ancient, mystical threat.
Speak to me of this ancient threat.
The blood of hate, vessel of the wrath of the goddess. When she awakens, a disaster will be born into this world, for she is hunger and anger.
What kind of modern answer?
Disease, contagion, and contamination. How they course through veins is your dominion, my child. Your choices have made you. Only you can save this land.
What is your true appearance?
I do not understand. This is who I am.
Blood? You are made of blood. Surely you are joking.
Why would I? And no, I'm not made of blood. I am blood. Blood is what I am since my birth and for eternity.
But who are you really? Tell me your name.
I am your maker. I am the servant of the Red Goddess and protector of this land. I have many names.
Just give me one, then.
There are those who call me Myrddin Wild, the Wild Horned Man. But I never was a man. I was born out of blood.
I'm here to stop Harriet Jones. She is the original carrier. The well from which this corruption flows.
I have heard you, but be wary. Harriet Jones's mind is no more. She has metamorphosed into an apocalypse. Born from, drenched in, and driven by the blood of hate.
What is the blood of hate?
It is the curse of the goddess. It is the hunger in you, the need for blood, the will to strike and to punish, to spit in the eye of God.
Tell me about this disaster, creature. I know London fell victim to such a thing in 1666.
A disaster is pure anger born through blood. Its name means bad star, for they only appear when our queen unleashes her unquenchable wrath upon the world.
And who is this queen?
She is the Red Goddess, the Queen of Blood. In my youth, 100 lifetimes ago, she was worshipped as the Morrigan. She is my mother. She is yours, too.
The Morrigan? The Celtic goddess of war? Is this a ruse of some kind?
She has been worshipped in many forms throughout the ages. The true nature of the Red Queen is beyond your comprehension, eluding even mine. But know this, she is a vengeful mother.
So the disaster is some sort of accident. A disease vampires carry dormant in their blood, waiting to emerge.
That's your modern answer. But a disaster is at the same time both less and more.
Tell me what it is then, in your own words.
A disaster is the pure will of our queen. Whenever she dreams of walking this earth, she awakes in this putrid vessel.
I only wish to know how to put an end to this epidemic.
To perform an act so noble, you must protect yourself from its poisonous kiss, my child.
I know. McCullum used such a serum when trying to kill me. However, I have produced a more efficacious version of the antidote.
Your final task awaits you at the end of these tunnels. I've known for ages you were worthy of this challenge, my champion, Bittersweet.
What will happen thereafter? What future awaits me beyond these dark tunnels?
Your fate, my child, and the fate of this land. A disaster is about to enter this world to smite us all and teach us humility. You are our final hope.
Will it be over then? Once I've defeated this creature?
Yes. The threat will dissipate like so much smoke, for you will have purified its source.
And then what? What will become of me?
How would I know? I am no god, and your fate is in your own hands. For you are our champion.
You tricked me. My sister died for your schemes. I have brought suffering and tragedy into this world. I am not, nor will I ever be your champion.
Very soon you'll come to know that sacrifice is sometimes necessary. I understand the grudge a child bears towards his father and mother. Be brave, my child.
These poor skulls didn't stand a chance.
Oh, I'm sick. So sick. Doctor, help me, please. I'm in such pain.
I'll be glad to be of assistance.
Ah, like your help, Doris. Liars! All of you! Oh. My poor baby. I've been such a bad mother. But the Queen herself forgave me. Gave me another chance.
Harriet, you must stop all of this. I can't let you infect anyone else.
How dare you interfere with the Red Queen's plans, Doctor? How can you stop the course of nature? You wished I was dead, didn't you? They took my daughter from me!
Is this a dream? Am I awake? Is this anger I feel? Is it wrath? I think it is. Oh, how infinitely, how intensely, how irredeemably are you all going to suffer now? Blood, feed me, give me their lives. Give me more! They are so young, so tasty! Such innocence! Such guilt! Give me more! They are so young, so tasty! For this is my body. Feed your mother, child. your mother, child. Blood, feed me, give me their lives. Give me more! They are so young, so tasty! Do you think your champion defeated me, my child?
No one could ever defeat you, mother of us all, for you are our every root and leaf.
You've always been my most amusing son.
Then go back to sleep, my queen, and smile at us from your dreams.
Did they feel my wrath? Have they suffered enough?
More than ever, mother of us all.
Until the next time.
Until the next time.
So it's over then, young Ekon. You have put an end to this terrible menace.
Old Bridget? What are you doing here?
This is my realm, Ekon. This is Suascal territory.
But they were all massacred by the monstrosity that Harriet became.
Others will come, engendered by deceitful vampires. I don't mean you, of course.
I thought you'd been slaughtered, with all the other Suascals.
I was up above, in search of help when Harriet suddenly turned into that thing. I have no idea what it was.
It's over. I have avenged my poor Mary.
Yes, you prevailed in the end. I hope you'll forgive me for the way I treated you when first you presented yourself at our gate.
No need to apologize, really.
Perhaps there will be no stories told or songs sung of what happened here today. But I'll know the truth. Jonathan Reed, newborn vampire, stepped forward and saved us all.
I'm honored to be part of this city's legend. Thank you, old Bridget. May I ask you just one question?
How could I refuse you anything now? I'll answer just as I answered Lady Ashbury when we met a few nights ago.
Who are you? Really?
I was born with the name Bridget Eleanor Wellington. In 1738, my beloved and immortal husband decided to preserve my beauty and youth forever by making me drink his blood.
You were Lord Redgrave's wife. Then the pompous fool rejected you, did he not?
It was about 200 years ago. Peace found me in time. And I sincerely hope it will find you too, now that all is over.
No, it's not over. I may have ended the vampire epidemic, but I still need answers from the woman I love.
I feared you would say that. Go then, young Ekon, and face your fate. Just remember that I'll always be here for you.
London has been cleansed. This catastrophe came about when an ancient, malignant will crossed paths with mortal imprudence. For now, we are safe. For now. My craving for blood remains. Red like hate, red like hunger, red as life and death, passing from one immortal to another, from predator to victim, patiently biding its time to rise again. London has been cleansed for now, but there's a simmering hatred, fear, and old grudges. When will we succumb, mortals and immortals alike? The next disaster is only a matter of time. My only hope now is to catch the woman I love, to understand why she fled, and unmask the secret that has been lurking in her blood for so long. Well, this is it. Lady Ashbur's domain. Why am I not surprised it's not on any maps? I'd better hurry.
Dr. Darling, has she been infected by the G virus? That's actually a good comparison to the kinds of mutations that you see in Resident Evil games. Nice one, Dr. Darling. In Mita, this will be a tough fight. I'm glad I knew ahead of time that it was going to be level 50, 51 by the time I got to the boss fight, based on the fact that I killed all the all the citizens and stuff. It was definitely one of those fights where you couldn't just, sit back and relax, though. So thank you for the GGs in Mita and Materium as well. Thank you for the GGs too. And same to you as well, Kioni. Thank you so much for the GGs. Muchly appreciated. Dr. Darling, you can't wait for the weekend for Lara Leapfrog challenge time. More leapfrogging.
Beautiful morn, my child. It looks like dawn is here at long last.
Can't you just leave me alone? Your precious queen has been sent back to the bottomless pit from whence she came. The nightmare is almost over.
I am here to say goodbye. The sun's warmth exhausts me. Soon I will rejoin my queen in her endless sleep. It is over. You did well.
So our beloved mother will just go back to sleep, now that enough people have suffered. Is that it?
No, Jonathan. The Morrigan has been appeased because you dared confront her. You have prevailed, my bittersweet champion.
What does she seek? Revenge? Retribution?
She seeks nothing, since she only dreams of it. In the ancient tongue, when I was young, her name meant Ghostly Queen. Pray she never fully awakens, for her wrath knows no bounds.
And what are you to her? Her counterpart? Her opponent in some timeless game?
She is my mother, my dreadful and sour-tempered mother. She is yours too, in a way, but you are not born from her terrible womb like me. You are but a distant child.
Why did Harriet Jones become a disaster?
You are the doctor. You hold the knowledge needed to answer such a question. Have you the answer?
I noticed that all the Icors were female, as if a male couldn't endure the metamorphosis. Harriet was also a bitter and resentful woman, as was her daughter.
If the Morrigan prefers despoiled women to become the vessels of her wrath, we should be thankful that but one disaster hath been cast upon this wobbling world.
Icors seem to carry various diseases. They did not merely turn people into skulls. Their presence alone spreads death.
Who knows whether the Red Queen awakens when cursed mortals endure such epidemics, or if the contagions emerge like a curse as she awakes.
This is not over. I am here to find the true origin of the blood of hate.
'Tis unwise to interfere with a tale rooted so deeply in the suffering of others.
What will happen to Ascalon? Will you let them run the country from the shadows?
I don't interfere with petty political intrigues. Ascalon was built upon the lie of a lineage. Such a deceit cannot last forever.
But Lord Redgrave definitely possessed Marshall's blood. Untainted blood from the greatest vampire knight.
Really? I wonder how he managed to acquire it. Perhaps I should retrieve this artifact before going back to sleep.
What will become of the vampire hunters?
In their leader, you now have a spy behind enemy lines. By guiding your progeny, you may yet protect your immortal friends for some time to come. If you dare.
What will become of the Brotherhood?
The Brotherhood is as wise as it is ancient. You have nothing to fear from it.
I am not afraid.
Do you truly think they are merely scholars poring over dusty books? The stole of St. Paul wielded faith sufficient to cast a dragon into the abyss.
That is just a legend.
Am I not a legend? Are you not about to become one yourself?
No. I must know why Elizabeth fled here when I discovered she was the original healthy carrier.
No, she is not what you say she is. That is a secret you will discover soon enough.
And you? Why are you here? Which new thread of which old twisted plan are you seeking to pull now? Tell me the truth.
I am just here to salute my sons, and to bid them fare thee well.
Your sons? Plural? My God, will you ever stop speaking in riddles?
Perhaps I am too old for your spoken language. Perhaps you now have so many subtle words you no longer hear the simplest ones.
Who are your sons? Why do you bid them farewell now?
You are my son, as is William Marshall.
So that is all we are to you? Puppets you create to defeat some threat born from a dreaming devil?
No. You are my sons. I am proud of you. I mourn when you fail.
This is madness. How many have you created? Who else? Shakespeare? Isaac Newton? Alfred the Great? Francis Drake? Thomas More? Guy Fawkes?
My progeny is scarce, for I rarely feel the urge to protect this land anymore. But yes, one of those you named is your immortal brother. Maybe you shall meet one night.
I wonder who that actually is that he's referring to as well, out of all the names that Jonathan actually said to him.
Tell me about William Marshall. Why is his blood so strong?
He is not stronger than you, only older. You are strong, Jonathan Reed. A champion of your time, chosen to defeat a threat spawned of this generation.
His blood was not tainted. The blood Lord Redgrave possessed. That which I used in the serum. But what if it had been?
Then you would have failed, I suppose. For the blood of hate would have corrupted you too.
Is he here? Is William Marshall here? Is that why you're here now too?
Have I not already answered that question?
When he fought me, Geoffrey McCullum used a serum made of King Arthur's blood. Since then, I have discovered that it was vampire blood. Whose blood was it?
You just said it. It was the blood of a king. The blood of the champion I chose to save this land in its time of greatest peril.
King Arthur was also your progeny. Why am I not surprised?
Yes, he was. But he failed in the end. And for centuries the land suffered his defeat.
Yeah, he failed to retrieve the Holy Grail. He got arrested before he could.
Speak clearly then, and answer my last question.
What is it?
Did I defeat the epidemic?
Now you've found the castle, Jonathan Reed. Only you can answer that. Farewell, my child. I shall dream about you soon.
It's funny, there's something about this music that reminds me of Secret of Monkey Island. The music when you're on the Mealy Island map screen and you're making Guybrush walk to different locations and also to walk in the path of pirates so you can do the insult sword fighting. Old Tombstone, Mary Englewood, born Whitaker, 1534 to 1578. Old Tombstone, Robin Englewood, 1530 to 1578. Recent Tombstone, Charlotte Ashbury, 1891 to 1918.
Elizabeth moved Charlotte's body here. Does she know something?
Yes, Jonathan, she does. She knows that you actually killed
Elizabeth moved Charlotte's body here.
Charlotte.
Does she know something?
Obviously, if you don't actually embrace Charlotte, or if you don't let the district she's in become hostile and therefore everyone dies in that district, then that grave won't be there, I imagine. So I wonder what will be there in its place. Hey Octavius, how's things? Oh no, that's no worries at all. If you can't make it to a stream when it starts, there's definitely no worries at all. Like, I definitely understand. You had so many things to do. Totally understandable, Octavius, for sure. Of all the things that, people need to do, definitely put watching my stream as the last thing. Like, if there's things you need to do, don't feel bad if you're not going to be able to make it to the start of a stream, or even to the stream at all, so I know that there's a lot of things that people need to do and all that kind of stuff. So Keone, just have this guy open his mouth and have fangs, he'll pass as vampire. That's true, he would actually. You could do a mod for Outlast and turn them into vampires, I guess. Willem Dafoe looks like a vampire. Yeah, it's funny too, because he's not only played one before in Shadow of the Vampire, but he also played Van Helsing in, well, it's a different name for the character, but it's basically the Van Helsing equivalent in Nosferatu recently. Well, that's awesome, Octavius. I'm glad that you enjoy the stream, that you also enjoy the other people who are watching and the other people who are, chatting as well. So that's really cool. Keone, you enjoy your company too. I know you're joking, but I mean, it's definitely a good thing to be able to enjoy your own company, because that way, if you're not able to be in the company of others, at least you're able to stand your own company. Hey there, Lone. How's things going for you today?
Maybe it's just my imagination, but I think I smell Elizabeth's perfume. She must be here somewhere.
Lone, not too bad. How about yourself? Oh, that's good, Lone. I'm doing pretty well. We're in the final part of the game now. I managed to achieve the London's Burning trophy. All the citizens in all the districts were embraced. And we defeated the final boss, and so now it's just basically an epilogue chapter that we're doing now. Old letter, London, 4th of August 1865. Dear Lady Ashbury, thank you for your recent letter and all the good news it contained. I cannot wait to finally meet you when you arrive in London. The garden is beautiful under the summer sky, although I noted your wish to avoid heat and direct sunlight because of your frail health. You're welcome any day. We'll discuss this wonderful idea of yours concerning the foundation of an orphanage for young ladies inspired by the French Maison Royale de Saint-Louis. Sadly closed when the French people chose, my God, I can't even write these words down, to cut their king's head off. Such a place, destined to provide a good education to gifted but poor orphan girls, will surely excite my friends here in the city. You can count on me and my influence to help make your project a huge success. Yours ever sincerely, Countess Alexandra Somerset. Octavius, how's the weather there? Here is like hell, over 36 degrees Celsius. Well, we're definitely in the opposite direction. Definitely very, very cold as well. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not 32 degrees Celsius or anything like that here. That's for sure.
This castle is falling apart.
Old painting. Portrait of Elizabeth Blackwood by Johannes Vermeer, 1666. Copy of a letter. Ashbury Castle, 21st of September 1795. Dear Mr. McAllister, as the new legal owner of the Ashbury estate, I intend to quickly engage in the overdue maintenance and repairs of the walls and the crypt of the castle. Among the few architects I invited to send forth proposals, I was most impressed by your respectful approach concerning renovations on historical buildings and their preservation. I would be glad to meet you at your convenience. My only request would be to speak to you directly and not your assistants. Any evening of next month would be agreeable. You may come to the castle, or I can meet you at your office, as you prefer. If you agree to come to the castle, I could show you what kind of repairs and modifications I have in mind concerning the crypt, which may need considerable work and reconstruction. Very sincerely, Lady Ashbury.
Like most castles, this one has a crypt, and it holds something special inside.
Photograph. Picture of Lady Ashbury in Paris, 1888.
That sweet fragrance. Elizabeth's perfume. She was here, and recently.
Recent painting. Portrait of Lady Ashbury by Vincent van Gogh, 1885. Recent letter. Dunbarrow Sanatorium, Scotland, 27th of July, 1909. Dear Lady Ashbury, I thank you for your previous letters and ardent discussions about vampire folklore. It's now obvious we share an opinion concerning scientific and modern approach toward the need for blood and the cure of addiction. I must confess I admired your charitable attitude when I met you at the Dunbarrow Sanatorium, and I'm still impressed by your kindness when talking with humble and poor patients. I was delighted to read about the position of administrator at the Pembroke Hospital you financed since its founding. After a few days of deliberation, I'm happy to accept your offer. It will be, for me, an occasion to get back to the busy streets of London after years of public service in the beautiful but far quieter Scotland. I'll be glad to meet you there and discuss with you further about immortality, its advantages and disadvantages, and how to enhance your condition. I look forward to our next meeting. Yours sincerely, Dr. Edgar Swansea. Old painting. Portrait of Elizabeth and Jacob Blackwood in Versailles, 1788.
This painting looks suspicious. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Recent painting. Portrait of Dr. Jonathan Reed by Elizabeth Ashbury, 1918.
What did Elizabeth discard here? The painting or the model?
It's so funny, you know. I've embraced all the citizens in this playthrough, yet Jonathan is still acting oblivious to the potential for Lady Ashbury having found out what he had been doing, because one of the people he embraced was actually her adopted daughter. So, I mean, a picture of him that she was doing, that he knew she was doing some kind of painting, and just leaving it here like this. The fact that the gravestone of Charlotte was actually moved. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, maybe you could say, well, maybe she didn't know who had done it. But the fact that she actually put Jonathan Reed's painting here would suggest that she found out, of course, that he was the one who had been doing it. So it's just so funny that Jonathan's like, gee, I wonder why this painting of me is put here. Gee, I wonder if Lady Ashbury had brought the grave of her adopted daughter that I had killed.
What are these symbols? I can feel a mechanism, but it doesn't work. Here's another switch. I should keep looking.
There we go, there's a picture of King Arthur fighting the Blood Queen. Yes, game, I know. I'm just exploring first. Old contract. Inverness, 11th of February 1807. Dear Miss Ashbury, when last we communicated you asked for the conveyance of a large coffin from Temple Church, London, to the crypt of the Ashbury Castle in Scotland. I am happy to report your request has finally been validated. My drivers have been informed that, for security reasons, guards must always protect the coffin. You have hired these individuals, who will be waiting for us in London. They also have been informed that under no circumstance should the carriage try to pass a river by boat, but always by road and bridges, for the precious wood and the relics inside the coffin cannot be exposed to humidity and moisture. You will find a detailed quote for the entire operation attached to this letter. We are ready to go to London as soon as payment is received in full. Very respectfully, Samuel Lewis, Independent Contractor.
What are these symbols? I can feel a mechanism, but it doesn't work.
Here it's 98 degrees, here is super hot. It's like, there's just way too much. Like, holy shit.
Here's another switch. I should keep looking. What are these symbols? I can feel a mechanism, but it doesn't work. Here's another switch. I should keep looking. A sword and a moon are the symbols I should look for.
Sorry, I didn't stand in front of it and then press the sensors. Wasn't good enough to actually already be in sensors and looking at the painting.
One last switch, and...
Oh no, I've already looked at that. Yeah.
What are these symbols? I can feel a mechanism, but it doesn't work. One last switch, and...
Recent contract. Inverness, 18th of April 1907. Dear Lady Ashbury, I write to confirm that my men will be at your castle next Monday to begin the new work on the crypt and its access. The plans have been approved and I'll be personally on site to supervise the installation of the locks and security measures you have requested. I also can assure you that my men have been briefed about never entering the crypt itself or the second floor of the castle. I must say I am proud to continue and enhance the work started by my great-grandfather when employed by your ancestor in 1795. Very sincerely, Angus McAllister.
Voila.
Ancient tome from the Old Kingdom. 1217. An angel came to me. Blessed be the God. Michael appeared to me last night in all his glory, shaped in glorious blood, to grant me eternal life, and at the dusk of my life. The apparition was so sublime and terrible that I could not help but lower my head and close my eyes. Struck by the divine gift, I fell to the ground, only to awake the next night. You will serve me as you served your kings, said the angel before striking me with all his power. You will protect this land through the eons to come. For all who knew me, I should now hide and retreat, for they consider me dead. Soon I will leave the company of men to serve my new purpose. Blessed be God. 1350. Michael appeared to me last night in my retreat under the temple church and asked me to prepare for battle. The land must be saved. Death is everywhere, the Black Death, an epidemic sent by the devil himself to punish mortals all over the world. My arm is strong. In the name of God I shall smite the enemies of mankind. England shall prevail. 1569. It is almost 20 years since my fight started against the devil, and the end is uncertain. From time to time, the plague, the Black Death reappears in a village, in a town, and each time the vicious minions of hell approach to get their share of the mortal suffering. Vampires, dreadful creatures, I won't let this land collapse. Until my last breath, I'll serve and protect England. 1578. Tonight, in the small village of Hoddesdon, I met the most delicate soul I've seen for a long time. She was singing for the dead, singing for those she knew and loved, those killed by a new plague outbreak, without fearing for her own life. Her voice moved me, so I chose to let her live. I offered her eternal life as a reward for her virtue and most pious attitude. Her name is Elizabeth Inglewood. I'm not alone anymore. Together, we shall praise God in all his glory for the eons to come. 1618. My heart is breaking. My soul is bleeding. Tonight my dear Elizabeth left me. I have taught her all I knew, all she needed to know. Now she must walk her own path, through the ages. This is her wish, and I'll respect it. Elizabeth Englewood, my sweet daughter, is gone, for she now wants to be known as Elizabeth Blackwood. I made her a promise. If she ever comes back to Hoddesdon, she will find me there, managing the Bull Inn her parents owned before dying. William Marshall shall disappear for a few times too, now that the Black Death is no more. Until we meet again, I shall be known as William Thorne, waiting for my angel to come back. 1665. The devil is at work again. The Great Plague is back, reaping thousands of lives in London. I must sell the Bull Inn and go there. Once more, William Marshall shall protect the land. 1666. What have I done? I let the devil infect me. God forgive me. The terrifying creature I had to defeat was a demon straight from hell, an abomination of the flesh, a walking apocalypse. I had to trap the dreadful creature in St. Paul's Church and set the building on fire. Without the advice of Michael, I don't know if I could have defeated my enemy. The flames cleansed the city of the demon's presence, but half of London burnt down. Ever since I have dreamt of a red flood, a slaughter and rage. It's like the disaster had tainted my blood, my very soul, for the first time in centuries. Oh my god. Even though I've been moving the right control stick, the game didn't recognize that as an input to let it know that the game shouldn't go into standby mode. It's like the disaster had tainted my blood, my very soul. For the first time in centuries, I am afraid. I shall crawl back to my retreat and pray to God for mercy for my infected soul. 1667. Elizabeth came to me. She said she felt my pain and rushed to save me. My poor daughter, blinded by rage, intoxicated by the blood of hate. I bit her. She fled, shocked by my betrayal. I laughed and cried as she cursed me. God, have I betrayed you? Have you abandoned me? 1712. My prayers have been heard. I have found the strength to resist the need for blood, the never-ending hunger. My poor Elizabeth, will you ever forgive me? I've heard you now kill and take pleasure in a bloodbath with this new progeny of yours. You're a victim in all this. What have I done? I swear I shall find a way to make amends for what I have done to you. I swear I shall only rest once I know how to appease the blood of hate. 1785. The Brotherhood of the St. Paul Stole finally agreed to meet me in London. They proposed to meet inside the new Cathedral of St. Paul. I like the witness solemnity of these men. What a symbol, to choose the place where I defeated this disaster, but also the place where I fell. I agreed to their proposition. There, in the sacred silence of the church and under the eye of God, they respectfully listened to me. They acknowledged my victory against this evil creature, the Dus Astro, the eater of stars, who only wished to spread death and pestilence all around her. Since they acknowledged my will to save London in 1666, they heard my request, my burning desire to stop the blood of hate. Their primate promised to come back to me with an answer. The primate of St. Paul wrote back to me with just a name, the Tear of Angels. According to him, this ancient artifact could heal anything, cleanse any blackened soul and purify my blood. Blessed be the Lord. It took me more than 100 years to find a cure for the blood of hate, but I may have finally found it. Soon the rage shall end. Soon I may repair the wrong I did and cleanse my failures. Now all I need to do is retrieve the necessary ingredients to create the artifact. Blood of the purest heart mixed with the blood of a king. To find such rare ingredients is not what worries me the most, for time is on my side. It's the last part that worries me. Pure essence of garlic. I'm afraid it will literally hurt like hell when I drink the antidote, but if that's the price to pay to cleanse my soul and correct my mistakes, I'm ready to endure this excruciating pain. 1786. I finally managed to gather all the ingredients needed to concoct the Tear of Angels, blood of the purest heart for the fortitude, blood of a king for courage, garlic essence for the painful cleansing. After months of impatience, almost made mad by the hunger, I waited again and again, until finally Elizabeth cautiously came to me. As promised, I had chained myself to be sure I would not attack her again. I did not recognize my sweet daughter at first, for she only was Lady Blackwood now, the dreadful mistress of the dark who took delight in slaughter and carnage in France. She smirked as I apologized and cried for what I inflicted to her. She shouted at me when I tried to explain to her that my bite had infected her, had given her the blood of hate, now burning in her veins, in her soul. I told her I had found a cure and that I had managed to create one dose of antidote. I gave it to her to give her back her previous peaceful life. In exchange, I hate how the game does this. In exchange, I only asked her to take care of me, for I intended to be locked down in my tomb, chained if necessary, to impeach me from feeding on any mortal or immortal. She reluctantly took the tier of angels and left. I hope to see her again soon, cured and at peace. 1794. She came back to me finally, cured, healthy, joyful. My Elizabeth. She told me she had drunk the antidote about a year ago in France, after witnessing, and taking part in, the massacre of an entire orphanage caused by the blood of hate. That's when the Lady Blackwood died, she said. She promised she would take care of me now. That's all I ask, as I repent for all the murdered souls caused by my negligence of more than 100 years. 1795. My dearest daughter came back last week to tell me the good news. She has recently bought a castle in Scotland. She will soon finance the renovation of the castle crypt to provide me a new retreat. Far from temptation, far from the noisy, crowded cities. I can't wait to embrace the solitude, find the peace I need to refrain from killing. God, please give me the strength to resist the urges during the journey from London to my new domain. Before I leave, I should give a copy of these memoirs to the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole, without the most shameful and sensible information, of course. Soon I shall leave London to pursue my penance. There I shall find peace at last, with the support of my resuscitated Elizabeth. I read it a bit fast there, but that's because my voice is going to be fucking wrecked by the end of this stream, so get all that reading done now, and I'll take a break for a bit. Be right back. And Mita, you're curious to see her reaction? When you killed everyone, you didn't actually continue the story because you already had all the achievements. So if you reached this part of the story only once. Oh, interesting, dude. That's pretty cool. That you'll be able to see what she says and all that kind of stuff. That's definitely understandable, though. If you're just going for all the achievements, and, well, I mean, whatever the last achievement is, it might be, before that point. In Mita, it happens when you read something long in Witcher 3, you see the lines on screen for a while. Yeah, that's the thing too with games that don't have like a narration already. That's why when I do my playthroughs of the reboot Tomb Raider games, and I do 100% playthroughs, I don't have to read all the stuff. I can just let the game read it. Exceptions are things like there's some things that don't actually have narration in them. For example, when I was doing my Rise of the Tomb Raider Phase 1 10th anniversary playthrough, it was 100%, but it was also reading all the information that is in there too. Some stuff doesn't have narration, so I was covering that as well. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff that can happen. It's funny Jonathan has no... This is something that is a bit weird in games. Like, the main character will read something, and it'll be a revelation. It'll reveal something. And does the character say anything? Nope. Like, imagine if you read a book that told you that you're actually an immortal from the future. Would you then just say nothing? I'd be like, what the fuck? It means the last achievement you needed was to get all the weapons, and once you had that, there was no point in continuing the main story. Oh, that's totally fair too as well. Yeah.
Drop your sword, Father. You have nothing to be afraid of.
Shall we abandon this then? Shall we lower our heads?
No. Never. You taught me that.
blood is approaching. Old but young. How strange. Shall I drink it? Smite it?
No, Father. He is a friend. Please, rest. I'll take care of it.
Caution, Elizabeth. Deceit runs through these veins.
I know, Father. What took you so long, Jonathan?
Is this really him?
Yes. This is William Marshall, 1st Earl of Pembroke, servant of 5 mortal kings, former regent and savior of England. The greatest knight who ever lived, according to some.
And you called him father?
For he gave me eternal life, and much more.
I have so many questions, Elizabeth.
You always had questions, Dr. Reed.
Now that I stand before you both, in this vault, I know not where to begin.
We still have a few minutes left.
Inmate, one of the weapons can only be collected after you decide the fate of Swansea. It's not his weapon, of course, but the clues as to where it is are found in the room next to where Dr. Swansea is. That's kind of cool, though, that they have a weapon that you can find based on, you know, the notes that you find and all that kind of stuff. Because I noticed that I had the achievement as well, the trophy pop up for getting all the weapons.
Where are we? What is this place?
This is the Ashbury estate. I inherited the title when I purchased the castle.
Is this your retreat? Something of a secret place?
It's more of a sanctuary, really. This is where I take care of my father. Ever since he became unwell.
Are you not afraid someone might discover you here? It's not that hard to find.
Do not assume that I would hesitate to silence anyone who tried to reveal my secret. Fortunately, it has rarely come to that.
Why did you flee here?
When you told me I was the healthy carrier, I had nowhere else to go.
You mean you had to return to the real source of this scourge?
Yes, to end it, once and for all.
Will you go back to London?
No, Jonathan. I do not intend to.
But you had your whole life there.
Not anymore. Especially after my dear Charlotte was murdered.
Murdered? She was murdered? Who did this? Gee, I wonder. Does their name start with J? Admitted, this weapon is locked behind a puzzle, actually, and you can only find all the clues to the puzzle by doing Usher's side quest and not reading his journal. Ah, I see, yeah. Because I remember seeing in the guide something similar to that. Yeah, Mitra's like, Jonathan is like, I hope she doesn't find out. I hope she doesn't find out. It's like, dude, I think she already knows.
I have destroyed the disaster, this creature that Harriet Jones had become. The epidemic is no more, and London will recover. In time.
No. London is doomed. The East End, Whitechapel, the West End. So many districts gone. And soon the whole country will follow.
This city has been rotten to the core for so long. If it wasn't this plague, it would have been wiped out by another catastrophe.
I cannot bear knowing I was the cause of all this. Through the use of my own blood.
No. This catastrophe was the result of unethical experimentation. And the will of a creature so inexplicably evil, she exceeds all the terrible wonders I have seen since my death.
But it was my blood all along. My corrupted blood of hate. The poisoned blood of my father. A healthy carrier. That's all I am.
Why are you hiding William Marshall here?
How could I not take care of him? He sacrificed himself by giving me the only dose of antidote he had.
He gave you the antidote?
Yes. And in doing so, he knew he'd have to be confined here. And yet he volunteered. That's how great a man William Marshall was. And still is.
What do you do for him?
I visit him as often as possible. I paint the landscapes he will never see again. I feed him with my blood.
You feed him? You barely sustain yourself on the weak blood of the dying, yet you give him your blood?
After he saved me from the blood rage, I swore I would never kill to feed. He said the same.
Did you say the same, Jonathan? Did you?
Is he dangerous?
What do you think? He is a thirsty Ekon, who has not fed in centuries. An elder vampire, driven by an urge to kill and spread the blood of hate.
No redemption, then?
And yet he thinks he has been offered immortality by the angels to protect the feeble and to smite the unholy.
Can he communicate?
Yes. Sometimes he even seems like the noble knight who saved and raised me. But you know, the malice never fully leaves his eyes.
Can he communicate? Didn't you hear him talking to Elizabeth as you entered, Jonathan?
William Marshall infected you. He is the true, original carrier.
Yes. But he saved me by sacrificing himself.
Saved you? How?
The tears of angels. The cleansing of impure blood by an older, more powerful blood. It worked on me, did it not?
Yes. Blood is the definitive key to our species. Scars, cleansing, lineage. Do you really think it worked?
It has, Jonathan. I was nothing but a beast who took pleasure in slaughter. I roamed across Europe, reaping my bloody crop. It was the blood of hate. But my father's antidote cured me.
Who are you, really?
How could I answer that? I went through many lives and identities to reach this day. To you, I am Elizabeth Ashbury, and that's all I wish to be.
I need to know more. I want to know who you really are. Where you were born. Where you lived.
I was born Elizabeth Samantha Mary Englewood in 1551 in Hertfordshire. My parents owned a pub in Hoddesdon. Are you satisfied?
How did you meet William Marshall?
He was an Ekon for centuries when he found me. He saved me from certain death by making me his progeny.
Why did he choose you?
You should ask him that.
Did you ever blame him?
Not even when he was infected and bit me. He is my father. He raised me. He taught me how to behave.
What about us?
What do you mean?
You know my feelings towards you, Elizabeth. But you left without a word. So I'm worried about your feelings towards me.
I love you, Jonathan. I've loved you since the moment I saw you rescue poor Mr. Hampton in that filthy slaughterhouse. Forgetting the danger as you turned your back, like the newborn fool you were.
She loved him. Past tense. Amita, he is the cause of all this. That is true. You agree, Kearney? Yep.
You should have told me.
No, Jonathan. The William Marshall myth lies at the heart of so many hostile plans. I could not risk jeopardizing his safety.
So why did you come here? You knew I would follow you. I can't let you go.
Because I know now the blood of hate is still in my veins. No one but I can put an end to this tragedy.
I can help you. You can trust me, Elizabeth.
Do you remember Dorothy Crane? Aloysius Dawson? I love you, Jonathan Reed, I really do. But you cannot be trusted.
Would your protege agree to speak with me? I have so many questions for him.
Go on, Jonathan. But be careful.
Yes?
Sir William. My God. You really are William Marshall. You served Richard the Lionheart and his brother, King John. It is such a privilege to meet you.
I did in my day. Come closer if you want to speak. For my hearing isn't what it used to be.
I think your hearing is fine, sir.
What is it you want then?
He's like, I wonder if I can get him to get closer so I can bite him and get his blood. And mate, you're a bad man, Jonathan. He definitely is in this playthrough. That's for sure. And she only mentioned 2 names. There's a hell of a lot more names to his Embrace-a-thon.
I found your research on the antidote. The tears of the angels. What ingredients did you use?
Once I understood what the ingredients were, I used the tears of King Richard and the pure blood of the valiant Boadicea.
King Richard and Boadicea? How did you find such relics?
It took me many years to locate their hiding place. Then I had to learn the formula. If I recall, it belonged to an ancient brotherhood. The Order of St. Paul, I believe.
And did it work?
Yes. The tears cleansed my poor Elizabeth's blackened heart. It was such a blessing to see her smile again.
I found and defeated the disaster that was threatening to smite London. You should know that the city is safe for now, Sir William.
Then may I call you brother? Did you resist its poison? Even a scratch from a beast so evil could endanger you and all those you care for.
You also defeated one in 1666. Who was it?
She was a malicious witch who spread plague throughout the city with her army of rats. She had been hiding in a bakery in Pudding Lane for months when I finally found her.
How did you defeat it?
We fought for hours. In the end, I had to lock her in St. Paul's Cathedral and burn the building down. I wanted to be sure she was destroyed.
It's so funny because we read this. Jonathan collected the letters and the books that actually explained everything that he's asking questions about. Hey there, Max. How's things? And Mita, was that Amicia from A Plague Tale? Plot twist. Crossover universe. Dr. Darling, you're borrowing 5 minutes per hour to watch your stream in Crookeds. Oh, that's definitely no worries. Yeah, I saw that he was streaming. When I finish here, I'm going to raid out to him and see how he's doing with Assassin's Creed Revelations.
The blood of hate. How does it affect you? Do you feel it now?
The blood of hate? Yes. Nothing more than a sneeze, really. A sneeze held for so long, You could blow a fortress down if you released it.
How's things, Max?
Can we speak about the Morrigan?
The Red Queen? What of her?
You're all going to die down here. The Red Queen in the first Resident Evil movie they did says that.
You met her, did you not?
Just once. But she never ceased to sing to me. I love her song. It is a song of blood and war. I only wish she would sometimes let me rest.
That's great, Max. Glad to hear that, dude. That's really, really good. We're right at the end of my playthrough here. I've done the things that I needed to do to get the ending that I wanted. So now we're just doing the epilogue chapter.
Do you know who she is?
I don't want to discuss this in front of my sweet Elizabeth.
Why?
For a time, she too could hear the Red Song. The steps she danced to its melody brought pain upon the world.
I would like to ask you about vampires.
Vampires? What about them?
Considering your experience, please tell me what you know.
They are terrible creatures. I have seen and fought many in my time. Foul temptresses with sharp claws and shrieking beaks.
I have never seen such a creature. What are you talking about?
Of course you've never seen a creature like them. Vampires are deadly, swift and implacable.
Where did you encounter such creatures?
The last time I saw one was in a Celtic temple near Salisbury. A terrible and god-forsaken place full of ghosts and pestilence.
Do you remember Myrddin, your maker?
Only God is my maker, for he created everything on this earth. He blessed me with eternal life through his archangel, Michael.
But Myrddin, Michael, is a vampire. He made you a blood-sucking creature of the night.
Blood, yes. I used to drink it from the throats of the unworthy. Then I was punished for my deceit. During my penance, I rely entirely upon my sweet Elizabeth.
Tell me about Elizabeth. How was she infected?
I do not wish to discuss it.
Please, Sir William. I need to know what the blood of hate is. How is it transmitted?
After defeating a disaster in St. Paul's Cathedral, I returned to my retreat, infected. This is where my sweet Elizabeth found me, for she heard my pain from across the sea.
Where is this retreat you mentioned?
In London, under Temple Church, beneath my empty tomb. I always loved to sleep there while listening to the bell above.
What happened then?
The blood of hate had twisted me into a rage-filled man. I attacked my progeny and infected her too. Forgive me, Elizabeth. I failed you.
You bit her again? Is that how she was infected with the disaster's blood? I think I understand now.
Elizabeth fled, and I fell to my knees, begging for forgiveness. I swore I would find a way to make things right.
How did you meet Elizabeth?
Times were tough. I had awakened to protect the land from a new plague. I heard her sing for her dead family. Singing for her death to come. I chose to save her.
When was that?
It was so long ago. A few years after Elizabeth of England and Catherine of France established their alliance against Spain.
What did you do?
I raised her as my progeny. After she left to see the world, I rebuilt her deceased parents' inn. Owned it as William Thorne for a time. Those were good years.
Did you really sacrifice yourself to save her?
That was the only righteous path. The blood of hate made me betray her. I am at peace here. I can think about what I've done and how I failed.
Do you not want to be cured?
No. This hunger is mine. I would feel empty without it. It has been part of me for so long. All I want is quiet. Silence.
You agreed to be confined here, then?
Yes. Once I was sure she was cured, I asked to be locked down here. I deserve it. The world needs it.
We could set you free. Let you out. Isn't that what you want?
I pray for the day I'll see the sky again. I have all but forgotten its colors. I could walk and do so many things beneath the stars. But I doubt it would be wise to release me.
Then will you stay here and repent?
Elizabeth told me it will not be long now. I cannot wait to feel the sweet caress of her hand on my cheek after so long, as she releases me. Has the time come?
Yes, Father.
Why not unleash me then? To see the sky a final time?
You already are the sky, and all its stars.
I'm not defeated, for I welcome the sword you bear, for it is mine.
You were never defeated, my lord. Farewell, Father. And to you also, Jonathan.
What do you mean?
I can't stand what I've become. This healthy carrier, as you put it. The flames will purify the poison that runs in my veins.
No! I won't allow this to happen.
I am death, Jonathan. Wherever I go, I can't stand it.
Who cares? We are vampires. We are death.
No, Jonathan. I won't bring another disaster into this world.
I can't lose you, Elizabeth. Even if it means putting the whole world at risk.
How can you say such an awful thing? Where is the Jonathan I once saved from a scowl in this abandoned factory?
I'm not that frightened man anymore. I've learned so much. Done so much.
I see. So there is nothing worth living for in this world anymore. Farewell, my love.
Farewell.
One prayer for the summoned, called by this song. Child born from darkness, whose path he must find. Now the song is sung, and your path chosen. England is safe, the price paid most dear. But what do you care? You are the one who keeps killing. You've chosen your path, my fallen champion, like others before you. Prey to lust and desire, slave to the everlasting thirst. My queen sleeps once again, and I'll soon join her slumber. Until, alas, she rises, woken by the hunger never fed.
And Mita, damn, you thought it might come to this, but damn, Jonathan didn't even try to stop her. Yeah, he was just like, fine, whatever, see ya. Thanks for the GGs, dude. Thank you very much. So there we go, that is the worst ending. Jonathan doesn't care that Elizabeth has just killed herself, and he's given in completely to being a vampire that doesn't really care about humanity or care about the well-being of humans. He will do whatever he can to actually get the precious blood out of them. Thank you, Keone, for the GGs. Thank you very, very much. Inmita, what game will be next? Now that is a very, very good question. And the answer to that is Until Dawn, the original, to do phase 1 of celebrating its 10th anniversary. I'll be doing all collectibles in the playthrough, which I've never done before. So that'll be cool. So that includes all the clues, all the different categories of clues, as well as finding out, what was it, all the, like you got the totems as well, so getting all those. Keone, what a game. Absolutely, yeah. So for my second playthrough, choosing to do the worst ending, there was definitely a lot of characters that we embraced as Jonathan that I definitely wouldn't want to do embracing of otherwise. But for this playthrough, I committed to getting all the citizens embraced, i.e. killed by Jonathan, to get the worst ending, and also to get the London's Burning trophy as well. And so having done that, it means that the next time I play this game, which won't be until next year now, the next time I play it, I'll definitely be going for the very opposite of this playthrough, where I'll be saving everyone and making sure that the districts don't fall into hostile and that all the citizens are saved and kept healthy as well. So it'll be next year's Vampire playthrough. Thank you, Lidus, for the GGs, dude. You thought it would be Street Fighter Alpha 3. You don't know you had the announce the game in your head. No, definitely not Street Fighter Alpha 3, that's for sure. Yeah, the next game to replace this for horror games will be Until Dawn. Amita, yeah, he just surrendered to lust and lost himself. Exactly, Amita, yeah. I do wish there was a bit more dialogue with Elizabeth basically berating Jonathan for killing not only everyone, but also for killing her adopted daughter as well, and even his own mother, you know. Like, I wish that was something that was said by Elizabeth, having, you know, killed all the citizens, including Jonathan's mother and her daughter, her adopted daughter. It makes it nice. Never played that game, but it would be interesting to see me play it. Yeah, it's such a good one. I've played through it, let me see, once and then twice. I think I've done 2 playthroughs so far. Maybe 3. Yeah, I think maybe 3. The last time I did a playthrough of Until Dawn for October last year, I role-played as an evil puppet master that wanted the characters not only all to die, but to suffer before they died. So I did that in that playthrough. But for the next playthrough, yeah, it'll be getting all the collectibles. Thank you, Max, for the GGs. Muchly appreciated. MT, yeah, you're expecting some more dialogue too, but the devs just ignore that. Yeah, I think that's probably my only criticism of the approach where you kill all the citizens, including Elizabeth's adopted daughter, yet there's no mention by her directly to Jonathan of how could he do that, or, you know. Thank you, Sona, for the congrats. Thank you very much. It was definitely a playthrough that took longer than I thought it would, but a lot of that was simply because the pacing was so long, because there were also streams that were cut short because the game crashed and the stream ended. And I was like, well, I would have streamed for a bit longer, but the game decided that the stream had to end. So there's a few things like that too. But I'm glad that I did the extra streams of this last Tuesday, because if I hadn't, then this wouldn't be the last stream day for it. I'm going to raid out to Crocodiles, who's playing Assassin's Creed Revelations. Before I do though, I'd just like to give some shout outs. The next stream that you'll see from me will be Tomb Raider to continue my Leapfrog challenge. Would like to definitely recommend people check out the following streamers: AC, who's doing Conan Exiles, Absolution, who's doing games like The Hulk, Inmita, who's doing a playthrough of Alien Isolation, Lightus, who's a big retro streamer. He's a big fan of fighting game franchises, especially Mortal Kombat. Lone Star, who's doing a playthrough of Dune Awakening. The Cinder, who's doing her Resident Evil marathon, currently going through Resident Evil 6. Mr. Gote, who's a streamer of games like Banishers, Ghost of New Eden. And Shillerlock, who's doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Black Flag, doing a no upgrades mixed with a minimal kill challenge. So that's the streamers that I'd like to definitely recommend. And we're going to go and raid out to Crocodiles, and I'll put in some raid messages that people can use. That's okay, Keone, for the stream. No trouble at all. That's right, Lightus. Yeah, the Leapfrog Challenge, continuing that with Lara. And that's all good for the shout-out, Lightus. No worries at all, dude. Max, and just like that, we're back to the leapfrogging, Lara. This week has gone by quickly. You're not wrong there, Max. It's just crazy how quickly time is going. The weeks and the months and then the years just going like that. No worries at all, Amita, for the shout-out and for the stream as well. I definitely will have a good one. And no worries, Lone, for the shout-out either. Absolutely no trouble at all. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it a lot. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. I'll also put one in chat for subscribers to use as well. That's all good, Lightus. No worries at all for the stream. The next game that you'll see from me is Tomb Raider, doing my Leapfrog Challenge. If you see me streaming that, then you know it's become Saturday. On Monday, I'll be getting back to my Doom Marathon with Doom 3. On Tuesday next week, it's a stream day off. However, it could turn into an extra stream day or a stream of something else. Then next Wednesday and Thursday, I still need to decide what the game will be for that. And then next Friday will be Until Dawn to do an all collectibles playthrough. Indeed, Keone, someone did say Tomb. Absolutely.